Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday to you all. Blood Moon, Buffalo Bill, Monica, Patrick, David, Mike, Shane, Richard. Welcome to the stream, guys. Thanks for being here. Hope you guys are doing well this Monday. We are going to start off with a little fishing. Eventually we'll help Hillary. But we're going to chill for a bit and fish. She'll just lose it again anyway? Yeah. I mean, obviously. She's going to keep losing it until the Cataclysm happens. In fact, I'm sure she's still here in the Cataclysm losing her necklace. Or maybe she's losing a different part of her ensemble. I don't know. Maybe it changes slightly. I've as you can see, I've changed my setup again. And I'm not sure if I don't hate it. Let me know if anything sounds too weird. Right away I noticed that I'm probably coming in a little bit loud. There we go. Let's try that. David, you ran Nomergon on your Fire Mage yesterday. First dungeon since 2009. Oh my god. How did that go? I don't know if I would have... If you said you had not done a dungeon since 2009, I'm not sure if I would have said that Nomergon was the run for you. I probably would have recommended you to run basically anything else first. Because, yeah, I mean, Nomergon is obnoxious. And the music is really annoying. Galarek is still disappointed you can't slash push the kids. I think that the best way for them to learn how to swim is if they go find their own damn necklace. I don't see why I have to do it. Also, like... If you were a kid of the age of 10 or 11 and you lived in Red Ridge, like, firstly, like, where do these kids live, okay? There aren't exactly any houses. There's no neighborhood, there's no suburbs, there's no housing. So, like, who the hell knows where they live, okay? Secondly, like, if you did live here in Red Ridge, you would know how to swim, okay? You have a giant lake slash river slash lake right outside of your door. So, like, you would know how to swim. You'd probably be really accomplished at it by the age of like 10 or 11, because it would be one of the few things that you had to do. And the water over here at least is relatively safe. There's no murlocs, so I'm pretty sure they would both know how to swim. Like, Sean would definitely know how to swim. He would go in there and he'd get that necklace for her. You know, he wouldn't need us to do it. Just saying. There's like 2 houses for all these people. Yeah, exactly. Where the hell do they all live? And, like, I'm not even sure if the house is... There's, like, the house here and the house back here. I don't know what this is. Maybe that's a third house. I don't know. Like, what do you guys think? Look, there's even more kids. Where do all these kids live? I don't know. Maybe some more houses. You know, maybe some more houses that you just can't go into. But just to add flavor, maybe the houses you can't go into, the houses that people live in that are inhabited by the NPCs should have doors on them and you shouldn't be able to get in. That would be cool. Yeah, Mike, you lost your first hardcore tune in Nomergon? I think that day I told you not to do Nomergon, though. Nomergon sucks. There are definitely not enough bedrooms. You know, the thing is, like, there are no bedrooms in the world of Warcraft. There are houses, and there sometimes are beds, but there really aren't any bedrooms. A bedroom has to have a window and a closet, and a door, so... Jess, good morning. Colonel Boomer, you always wish that the towns in WoW were more filled up. Yeah, me too. I wish they just had a couple buildings that maybe you couldn't go into, just to kind of add flavor and like texture to the towns. Just to make it a little bit more believable, you know? It doesn't have to be believable, but it's good when you can kind of like suspend disbelief a little bit more. I told you not to, but you did it anyway. Yeah. It's bad decision making. My kid makes choices like that all the time. I say, hey, don't do this, don't do that. He does it anyway. And then typically something bad happens, like he stubs his toe or something. I need to turn the sound effects up when I'm fishing. I can never hear the little fishing sound because I have my SFX really low. The problem is I have to remember to turn these back down once we start fighting stuff. Otherwise the sound of the rifle is going to drive people crazy. Maybe the kids are just fodder for belly grub? Maybe, yeah, they don't need rooms. If they're just going to feed them to the wildlife, then they don't need rooms. Absolutely. You feel like Darkshire is more believable? There are more buildings in Darkshire, yeah. I've never really tried to like figure out where everybody there lives, but there are definitely more buildings. I wish where my pointer was would kind of determine like where she casted the line. Like, wherever my mouse pointer is, I wish that's where I would cast. So I didn't have to keep, like, adjusting my camera. I could just cast where I wanted to, you know? Like, your son got his priest to level 40 in Wrath? That's awesome, man. That's quite an accomplishment. I think my kid's still too young. He gets, like, ADD. He'll have a couple days where he really wants to play, and then he'll just forget all about it. And then he's back on Pokemon or Minecraft, which is probably better for him. I guess he's only 8, so I'd rather have him playing Pokemon and Minecraft. But like every once in a while, he'll get like a wild hair up his butt, and he'll want to play for like 2-3 days. He'll just like talk to me about it incessantly. And then after 3 days, like he's done. He doesn't talk about it for like a couple months. What's my fishing skill at? Not quite maxed out. 116, 115, I think. Yeah, 115. It's gonna be maxed out like eventually, and then we're not gonna be able to get the book for a while. The book is in what, Swamp of Sorrows, or maybe it's Menethil Harbor. No, that's not it. It's somewhere that you can't really get to. Not for like a while. I forget exactly where it's at. I like that autocorrect picked the word shill. I just read it as skill, my brain autocorrected it. I like the word shill though. The book is in Booty Bay. Okay, yeah, I knew it was someplace that we can't really go when we need it. You know, we're gonna need it by like level 20, but we're not gonna be able to get it for a while. I'm sure it's on the auction house, right? Maybe, possibly. Rachikos, thank you. My day is going okay. Although, you know, the day has just started, so there's like time for stupidity and madness to happen. But so far, you know, a couple hours in, it's going okay. Am I excited by anything from BlizzCon? Mainly just the Season of Discovery. That was really the only thing that got me excited. It's the only thing that I'm really looking forward to that I heard about at BlizzCon. Yeah, that's about it. But then again, like, I'm not a retail player, so like what I've had to accept is like my opinions on retail and how retail stuff makes me feel is completely irrelevant, and no one needs to hear about it. No one needs to hear about it or know about it because I don't play retail. And what I realized is that like, I don't really like retail, but it's probably because I don't play it, and that I don't play it because I don't like it. And so, like, I'm kind of done. Unless I'm playing retail, I'm done having an opinion about it. What's the season of Discovery? It's hard to encapsulate. I thought about doing a video, like, I thought about doing a video with that exact title, but that would require me to, like, actually do writing, and I haven't done any, like, professional writing in years, so. The season of Discovery is a new season of Classic Era. So, you know, it's a fresh start server where we all start at 1. They're doing a lot of different things with the season of Discovery. The biggest thing they're doing is, well, they're putting new discoveries around the world. A lot of the discoveries are going to be what are called rune abilities. Rune abilities are like new abilities for your character class that you can enchant onto different pieces of gear. Once you learn a rune, you keep it forever. So, that's the cool thing about runes. Other than that, they're doing this cool thing called level banding, where they're going to have artificial level caps throughout the leveling experience. So the first level cap is going to be level 25. So level cap's going to be 25. They said it could be a month or 2 months for each level band. And the really great thing is at that artificial level cap, they're creating new content. So the biggest new content they have is that BFD, the 5-man dungeon BFD. They have turned that into a 10-man raid. So at the level cap of 25, we'll be doing BFD the Raid. We'll also be doing a new open world PvP event set in Ashenvale, which actually sounds really cool. But the underlying premise of the season of Discovery is that there's all these new things out in the world. Some of them are objects, some of them are NPCs, some of them are events, some of them are elites or rares. And you have to explore the nooks and crannies of Azeroth in order to find them. And a lot of them are going to be tied into the new rune ability system for your class. But yeah, there's some really good articles on Wowhead that kind of give like an overview of it. Yeah, they said new bosses, Colonel Boomer. I think what they meant was new mechanics. Yeah, it was all new mechanics. Like the boss fights looked like they were very different. They showcased them, and the mechanics in the boss fights did not look at all like the BFD boss fights, which were all just tank and spank boss fights. I think what they should have said was that they redesigned the bosses to be raid bosses, because they looked like they had actual raid mechanics. You can see stuff going on that had to be avoided and things like that. But yeah, they seemed to be, for the most part, at least in BFD, they were all the same, like, NPCs, but they looked a little different, and they had, like, a slew of actual raid mechanics. But yeah, they worded that a little bit wrong. They did say new bosses, but I think they meant new fights. Like, the fights are different, the NPCs are the same. Like, we're still gonna fight the giant turtle, you know, we're still gonna fight the orc warlock guy, but the fights are gonna be substantially different. They're gonna be raid fights, and they looked like raid fights. They looked really cool. Yeah, they just worded it a little bit wrong. Yeah, it was a lot more than I expected for the season. I thought the season was gonna end up being another lame season of Mastery. It seems like they really let those people, like, off the hook, and they let them do whatever they wanted. Like, it's basically a playground for them to experiment and try out whatever they like. So that was really nice to see. You know, like retail kind of keeps doing the same thing. You know, it's new stuff, but it's basically the same stuff. But it seems like for the Season of Mastery, they really let them off the chain, and they're letting them do whatever they want. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can access all those panels on the World of Warcraft YouTube. I'm pretty sure they're all like broken out and they're up on the Warcraft YouTube if you wanted to check out anything that you missed from BlizzCon. I'm positive that they would just put it onto their YouTube. They've realized how popular the private servers are. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure they've known that for a long time. I'm sure they've known for a long time that people enjoy the private servers and the off-the-wall stuff that they can do. But, like, when you work for a corporation, there's a big difference between, like, knowing something and being able to act on it. Like, you have to get the green light and the budget to act on something. You have to have the sprint hours to work on stuff. And they haven't had that until recently, you know. You can tell the people on the Classic team actually play the game and really enjoy it. And so I'm sure that they've had these ideas for a long time. And that's probably why they were able to do so much work in like less than a year, because they've had all these ideas. I'm sure they have like entire OneNotes full of ideas for like current season, future season stuff. Because they seem like they're really passionate people who actually play their game. I love that they're making the raids in Season of Discovery 10-man raids. They stole that idea from right here on this channel. They stole a lot of the season from right here on this channel. I've often talked about a season of treasure where like they hid treasure throughout the world and compelled you to explore the nooks and crannies of it, and that's basically exactly what they're doing. But they're sweetening the pot by having some of those discoveries be actual new abilities that you can augment your character with, so it's even better than I thought it would be. And so I saw where they broke out the level bands. So the level bands are going to be level 25, level 40, level 50, and level 60. Oh damn, muted. No, I don't drink. No, I get 3 mutes, and then if I accidentally mute myself 3 times, I have to read some of your comments in a Lego Batman voice. Them's the rules. Yeah. And so far since the first day I did that, I've never messed up 3 times in a stream, so it's a good impetus for me to be more careful. Unfortunately, what the Season of Discovery did was it like completely overshadowed the Cataclysm announcement for me. How are you guys feeling? I've talked a lot. How do you guys feel about like all the stuff we heard at BlizzCon? Because like the Season of Discovery kind of overshadowed everything else for me. The retail stuff, I've given up trying to have an opinion on retail stuff until I play retail again. If I go back to retail and I'm playing retail, then I'll have an opinion on retail stuff. Until then, I'm just going to keep my mouth shut about it. Nobody wants to hear it. What level is my cooking? 109 out of 150. Gustav, you think the Season of Discovery will be a 2-week wonder? Then you don't know how it works. I don't think you know enough about how it works if that's how you feel about it. It's okay for you to feel that way. But I'm 99.9% sure you're completely wrong. I think it's going to be really popular, at least until they've released all the level bands. Now, will people play it at level 60? Maybe not, because like level 60 in Classic Era is like the least played level bracket. Like only 2% of people choose to do stuff at level 60 when it comes to raids, battlegrounds, and stuff like that. So, will the Season of Discovery be a big hit for like over a year? No, I don't think so. But I think it'll be popping off for a while. I think saying it's like 2 weeks, that's something that's like that's purposefully like, you know, that's purposefully negative and wrong, and it's obviously just fishing for a reply, which you got. Yeah, I like how they're trying to defeat FOMO by having the level caps artificially set low and giving people lots of time to get to those level caps, and then giving us stuff to do at the level cap. Like, not just saying, okay, you can't level past 25, you're gonna have to wait. Like, there's actually stuff to do. You're gonna be able to go find discoveries, you're gonna be able to raid BFD, and you're gonna have the Ashenvale PvP stuff to do. And who knows if they won't add more stuff to that level bracket. You know, that's what we know so far. There's nothing saying that they won't add more. Which is exactly what I just said. Yeah, we know about the BFD raid, but we don't know what else they will do. Also, it's called alts. Okay, and if you are a classic player, you probably find joy in rolling alts. I don't think there are many people who play classic who have one character and that's the only character they play. That's just really not how the game is set up. The game is always like very compelling to play on multiple classes, and they've kind of allowed for that. So if you're someone that has a lot of time to play in the season, then you get to level up multiple classes and you get to find the new abilities and new discoveries for all those classes. And if you're someone that doesn't have a lot of time, then you can focus on one character and you're never going to feel like you're being left behind. So it's kind of the best of both worlds. It gives people with a lot of time stuff to do, because you get to find all the classes' new and unique abilities. And it gives people with limited time the ability to stay caught up and to feel like their progress is still relevant. And yeah, and also keep in mind, like, this is their freshman effort at having a real season, okay? Like, Season of Mastery was not a real season. Season of Mastery was a classic era fresh start with an experience buff. And that was really all the Season of Mastery was. The Season of Discovery is their freshman effort at having a season that actually introduces new elements into Classic and takes a lot of chances. So, like, I mean, we can expect things to be wonky, we can expect things to go wrong, we can expect things to be unexpected, essentially. And that's okay. That's okay. The coolest thing they're doing is that they're giving us a version of Classic Era that's going to feel new to all of us. It's going to be the familiar world, the familiar quest, but like, we're not going to know where the discoveries are at. We're not going to know what all of the class abilities are. And we're all going to get to go into that together. And it's going to be like rediscovering WoW for the first time. And I think that's really compelling for people that play Classic, to be able to be in the familiar world, but also to feel like we're experiencing something new together for the very first time. And I think as far as that is concerned, like, they've really nailed it. Yeah, I saw the Cata thing, Alex. It said August 31st or before. Yeah, which means August, which means I always said it was going to be summer of 2024, and I think they're going to wait till summer to release it. I really do. I think they're going to let Wrath of the Lich King sit. I think they're going to focus on the new season. They're going to have hardcore self-found servers for anybody who's really interested in that. And so I don't think we're going to see Cataclysm until summer. You know, maybe it won't be August, maybe it'll be July. But there were some people who were thinking it was going to be early spring, that they were going to rush it out in early spring, and I don't think they're going to rush it out. I really don't think we're going to see Cata, you know, until the summer. Yeah, Gustav, keep in mind, like, we're talking about Classic, and like I said earlier, only 2% of Classic players ever actually engage with the level 60 endgame. So the fact that they're giving us any endgame to do prior to level 60, and they're letting people do raids and like high-level PvP content prior to level 60, is actually amazing. Because it's going to open raids up to a lot more people. There are going to be, you know, tons of people that have never raided in Classic Era that in the Season of Discovery, they're going to get to do 10-man raids. Because only a tiny percentage of people that play Classic actually raid at level 60. So I think that no matter how it turns out, like, people are going to enjoy it, because people have wanted Classic Plus for a long time. If you're a Classic player, your dream has been Classic Plus, and Season of Discovery is as close as we're getting to Classic Plus. I mean, it is Classic Plus. The guy even name-dropped it. And we don't know that BFD is going to be the only raid in that level range or not. You know, they could do BFD, they could do a lot of dungeons, they could do SFK. Like, why haven't we heard about SFK? SFK is an iconic dungeon that people love. I anticipate that we'll probably get at least BFD and SFK as raids at level 25. There could be others. You know, there's lots of 5-man dungeons that are big, that could be converted into raids. I think that basically, if you're a Classic fan, you're stoked about it. And if you're not a Classic fan, you probably feel how I feel about the retail announcement. You probably feel like it's probably pretty dumb. Because I'm not a retail player, and I didn't like any of the retail stuff. And if you're not a Classic player, it makes sense that you're not going to like any of the Classic stuff. Different strokes for different folks, you know? Yeah, I'd love a Scarlet Crusade. I'd love to see any of the 5-mans reimagined as raid bosses, you know? He said it's Classic plus a lot more. Yeah, he name dropped it. Right. Yeah, that guy was awesome. They were all really good. Everybody who spoke from the classic team, they obviously knew what they were talking about. And not only did they know what they were talking about, you know, it was obvious that they played their own game, but it was also obvious that they had like actual shits to give about their own game. You know, you can tell that they had heart. You can tell that they actually cared. Whereas like sometimes the retail people, they just seem like corporate people reading off a teleprompter. None of the little stuff they said that was supposed to be kind of funny ever felt like heartfelt or sincere. It all just felt kind of empty. Like, Morgan Day talking was okay, but like Morgan Day got to talk about systems, which is like kind of the most boring thing to get up on stage and talk about.
You need something? See you around. Safe travels.
Yeah, they had a couple of Q&As too, so not only did they do the panels, but they had a couple of Q&As you could find on Wildhead that they did after the fact. And the Q&As went into a little bit more detail about a couple of things. Having the voice actor for Thrall, that was Chris Metzen. That wasn't. He's not just the voice actor for Thrall. He's the executive creative developer of World of Warcraft. And like, I thought him doing his little voice while he did his intro stuff was kind of cringe. I didn't really care for him and his little voice he did while he was like trying to talk about stuff. I really wish that Metzen would have just like did his whole thing in his own voice. I don't really know. I don't really know where that came from. Maybe people really liked it. I thought it was cringe. You know, when you're doing a voice, like, I just want to hear your actual voice. I want to hear your actual excitement. I want to hear your actual emotions for the shit that you're talking about. I don't want to hear your weird Thrall voice unless it's in a cutscene. So I thought that part was bad. I didn't watch, but to be fair, I didn't watch all of it. So maybe he didn't do that the whole time. Maybe just every time I listened, he was doing his Thrall voice. I didn't care for it. Stutters is hungry? Yeah, Stutters can wait. He can wait until we're actually fighting stuff. Johnny, good morning. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat, man. That's really generous of you. Thank you. He started out normal and then Thrall came out. Yeah, I wish he'd have just stayed normal. I feel like that'd have been better. I feel like people really want to hear from him. I feel like people really need to feel his passion and enthusiasm for WoW, because I feel like he's one of the only people on the retail team that is respected and from like back in the day. So yeah, I just really wish he'd have been normal, but whatever, I get it, he got caught up, I don't know. The one lady, the librarian lady, like, no offense to her, like, she had no right giving a presentation that was supposed to be exciting. The lady that they had do, like, the zones and the new races, like, the zones and the new races, that should be the exciting stuff. You know, because that's when you see all the cool new artwork. And it's like they took something that should have been exciting and they made it as boring as they possibly could. And I didn't realize till afterwards that a lot of my emotional reaction to it was just the presentation and how boring the presentation was. If they had presented the new zones and the new races with somebody like playing the game, like somebody running through the new zone, letting the soundtrack from the new zone play, fighting the enemies in the new zones, that would have been an amazing way to experience the new zones for the first time as a showcase. Like, have someone actually at a computer on the stage like this, playing the game for everybody, and just talking about what they're coming across as they come across. Oh, look, we're fighting these guys. These guys are the blah blah blah, the blah 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 blah. Oh, and over here we have the blah blah blah. And then that would be a lot, yeah, they would say blah blah blah. And that would be a lot more compelling than just a lady standing in front of a PowerPoint with a couple of screenshots, talking and talking and talking and talking. So maybe they'll do it differently next year. I don't know, they've done BlizzCon the same way forever, so I doubt that they'll ever change. But I think that was what made it really boring. Like, and it should have been good. The art should have been good. You know, hearing about the new races should have been exciting, but hearing about it the way we did just made it super boring, I think. What am I looking for in the water? I'm looking for Hillary's necklace. Yeah. Looking for Hillary's necklace. It's hidden in a mound of dirt. I haven't found it yet. Sometimes we find it right away. Other times it takes forever to find it. And today it's one of those forever days. Yeah. Lael, good morning, man. Welcome. I've never given up on the Hillary quest before, but I'm getting pretty close this time. I think I might go out and find the lost tools. I don't really know what the deal is today. It's usually in one of a couple spots. It's usually over here, or it's by the lion statue, and it's not in either of those spots today. So I don't have any other ideas. We'll swim out this way. We'll go after the lost tools. The boar doesn't swim. Yeah, it's classic. The pets don't swim. We determined. What it all told you was that Chris Metzen is not involved in the next 6 years of WoW. Yeah, Raphael, I had the same thought. The fact of the matter is a lot, like, maybe not the next 6 years, but like this upcoming expansion, like Chris probably wasn't involved in much of that at all. Okay, most of the development for the expansions would have been done by the time he came on board. So yeah, like he'll probably have some more like story control over like the big narrative moments that happen, but all of the gameplay, all of the zones, all of the races, all of the quests, all of like the minutiae of development, like not the broad strokes of story or direction, but all of the gameplay elements and stuff, that shit's done. That stuff was baked before Metzen was brought back on board. And so like absolutely when it comes to like the gameplay, the level design, all that kind of stuff, like Metzen has nothing to do with it at this point. It'd be a while before you start to see his influence there, but I think he'll get to sway like the overall story and narrative choices. Like, obviously, like, you can kind of feel in the cinematic cutscene, like, the cinematic cutscene felt so much like Warcraft. The one with Thrall and Anduin, the swords in the background. But then we go into the gameplay preview, and it's like, oh, more Dragonflight. We got funny elemental dwarves with cute little crystals growing out of it. Oh, look, that one has a beard and glasses. Squiddick. I've never fought Squiddick before. Squiddick has a lot of HP. Yeah, the Earthen. Did anybody ask for any of that stuff? I'm not a retail player, so I don't know. But, like, did anybody ask for the Earthen? Does anybody care? Like, also, like, the new talents? Did anybody playing retail, did you guys want new talents for your class? They just did the talent revamp. How are they already bolting on more? That's kind of what I thought of. I just kept seeing stuff, and I kept wondering, like, from a retail player perspective, did anybody want any of this stuff? When it comes to like the Earthen race, and just the systems. And then like solo players in retail, how do they feel about the delves? Because the delves seem kind of lame to me, but maybe like I said, I think a lot of it seemed lame because of the way they showcased it. Maybe when you get your hands on the stuff, maybe it's like 100 times better. I have to hope that it is. Yeah, how do they balance the new I feel like here's what they should have done. The class talent trees in retail, you know, the class talent, not the spec talent tree, but the class, like the warlock, the druid. They should have jettisoned that out the fucking airlock. Blow that out the airlock, okay? Get rid of it. It's boring. Everybody just looks up what they're supposed to click. You go to Wowhead for your class tree, and you just click the stuff you're supposed to click, and it's done. The specs are okay. Like, the specs were readable. Sometimes the spec would reference abilities and stuff you didn't have yet. Like, you'd be looking at a talent. I noticed this when I did the Void Elf Warlock. Like, you'd be looking at a talent, and the talent would reference a class mechanic or a class ability that you didn't have yet. And so you're like, okay, like, maybe I want to take this talent, but I don't know, because I haven't played with the class mechanic or ability it references. But for the most part, the spec trees seem okay. The class trees seem boring. They should have shot the class trees out the airlock, and then they could put the heroic talents in that place. But how you balance 3 talent trees across 16 different classes, like, because let's face it, in retail every spec is a different class. How you balance that, I don't know. Like, and again, what I come back to is like, did anybody in retail want that? Did anybody in retail think, damn, I wish I had another talent tree that I could like further progress my character's talents? Maybe they did. I don't know. I don't play retail. Next, expect purple orcs from the undiscovered isles. Yep. Purple orcs. Necklace is down to the left there. 10 seconds ago it was. Oh, here it is. Yeah, that still helped. I appreciate it. With an 8-second delay, you never know where I'm at by the time I read the comment. But yeah, there we go. I got there. Oh, I'm sure I passed it a dozen times. Yeah, and I know most of you guys are not retail players.
Light be with you.
But I wish I had some more retail players around, because I'd really love to talk to them. Maybe I'll start playing some 10.2 when it comes out, just so I can talk to some retail players about how they feel about the new expansion. I want to know how they feel about the Earthen as a playable race in lieu of any other playable race we could have had. You know, I want to know how they feel about the Earthen.
How are you?
I want to know how they feel about the hero talent tree.
See you around.
I want to know how they feel about like the new races and the new zones. Like, I want to know if like retail players actually wanted any of this stuff.
See you later.
I'm especially interested in like hearing from solo retail players to know if they think the delves sound interesting, or if they just sound like super lame busy work that they're gonna have to log in and do every day. But yeah, because I know I don't have a lot of retail people here usually. I like allied races as more options. I just like having more options for people. People should be able to make the character they want. The more races they have to choose from, the better. What I don't like about allied races is usually the way you have to unlock them. I think that anytime they add a new race, the race should be available on the character creation screen. Anybody should be able to start the game up and create any race that exists in the game, because the more options for people, the better. It's honestly one of the things that Classic lacks. When it comes to things that Classic lacks, I like that retail has like different race class combinations that Classic doesn't. And I like that retail has lots of different races. And when it comes to races in WoW, races are actually like basically body types. You know, they kind of treat different races as different body types. So it's always good for people just to have like more options to choose from when it comes to character customization. So like, I don't mind the allied races. I wish they were just like unlocked for people like immediately right off the bat. But aside from that, I like them. Let's see, I don't know if I want to do anything here or not. I think I want to head over to Loch Modan. We have a couple of things we could do, but we can get that done whenever. Let's head back to Loch Modan. We have a bunch of stuff to do there over in the western, or rather eastern part of the zone. Yeah, and I still haven't decided. I don't think I'm gonna play the new retail expansion because they want $90 for it. I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to afford it. It's $90 to play it when it comes out, and I just don't know if I'm gonna be able to afford it. It's too much money.
What can I do?
It's too much money for an expansion, you know. I mean, I paid about that much for Diablo 4 to be able to play it when it came out. But to me, like, that was paying for like a whole game, not like paying for an expansion.
Farewell.
It's really expensive, and like, oh, you could pay $50 and play it like 3 days after it actually releases. You know, you could do that, but nobody wants to do that in WoW. Nobody who plays online games wants to play days after everyone else has already been playing. That's not what people want. And the base edition no, you're not going to buy the base edition, Mr. Hassel. If you're a retail player, or you have any interest in playing retail, you're not going to buy you don't want the base edition. You want to play the game when it comes out. It comes out when people who paid $90 get to start playing it, and that's 3 days before you if you pay for the basic edition. It's not, you can't. Like, no retail player wants to start 3 days after everybody else. Listen, people are going to be max level in like a day and a half. You know, if you're in a guild especially, or if you got a static group, like, all of your guildies are going to be doing mythic zeros, and you're going to be just logging into the game for the first time, and no one's going to buy that. Yeah, it is a FOMO thing, right? And yeah, Burek says $50 is still expensive. The expansions used to be $39.99. $50 is still expensive, and you're not getting anything for your money. You get to play the game late, you don't get any game time, you're not getting any mounts, you're not getting any tendies. Like, you pay $50, it's still a big dent in your checkbook, and you're just getting effed on like basically every aspect of the release. Inflation is a thing, but what they're doing is just like playing off of people's FOMO. The game is usually broken for a few days. Nah, John, I get what you're saying. Some servers have problems, but people will be max level in a day and a half. The servers are usually broken for like that very first night that release opens up. By 4 or 5 a.m. the next day, the servers are usually fine. When I used to play retail expansions upon launch, I used to go to bed super early. My guild would stay up for the midnight release, and they would try to play from midnight until like 4 or 5 in the morning. And I knew the servers would be wonky and it'd be way too busy, so I'd go to bed at like 9 or 10 o'clock, and I'd wake up at 4 or 5 in the morning as they were all going to sleep. And by 4 or 5 in the morning, the servers are stable, everything's good. Sometimes around like 9 or 10 in the morning, they'll take them off for an hour for maintenance. You know, you can get yourself some breakfast, then you can get going again. But no, they'll have issues, but people will be max level in a day and a half after early release launch. So if you're gonna pay the $50 and you're gonna start 3 days later, everybody who wants to play the game is already gonna be max level. You know, if you're in a guild, they're already gonna be doing mythic zeros. If you're not in a guild, if you're a solo player, you still feel FOMO. Like, we've been conditioned for 20 years that you know, you want to play the game when it launches because that's where the hype is at. Nobody wants to be the person logging in 3 days later. You can say you do. You can say you don't mind. But I don't think that's true. Not if you're a retail player. Now, if you're a person who doesn't give a crap about retail and you haven't played retail in 10 years, then yeah, you don't care. You could care less. But I'm trying to talk from the perspective of a person who plays retail. Keep that in mind. I'm talking from the perspective of a person who likes to play retail, who's excited for the new expansion. If you're someone who's excited for the new expansion, it's not okay to you to play 3 days later. It's not. It can be okay to people in this chat because, like, people in this chat, for the most part, not a lot of you guys play retail religiously. Mr. Hassel, I play retail solo, but I'm not going to play 3 days after everybody else. I don't know. Like, it works. I don't want to do it. I want to play when the hype is. Yeah. I want to play when the hype is. I don't want to feel like I'm left behind. And that's what people are going to want. That's what people are going to feel. Like, maybe some of you are different. Sure, maybe, sure, whatever. But your individual feelings don't negate the point. The point is that 99% of retail players are going to want to pay $90 to play when the game actually comes out. That's the only point I'm making. Regardless of, like, fringe cases or, like, end of the spectrum cases, 99.999% of people who like retail will not be okay starting 3 days after everybody else. You can say that you yourself are a fringe case. It doesn't detract from my point at all. It actually just further proves my point. Like, you are the fringe case in that scenario. So that's kind of the other thing. Like, when I think about playing retail, I'm like, well, I don't know if I want to even play retail because I don't know if I can part with $90. I don't know if I can part with $90 for an expansion pack. Just seems a bit gout. And, like, especially for what I saw. They were like, 4 new leveling dungeons. Oh, 4 new leveling? I remember when we used to get 8 leveling dungeons. 4 new leveling dungeons. Woo! 4 new zones, 4 new leveling dungeons, a new raid, and a playable race that by all accounts, like, nobody asked for it. We have dwarfs. You can customize your dwarf in retail to be like a high mountain dwarf or whatever. You can do a lot of stuff. You've got the dark iron dwarfs, and you can customize them a bunch of different ways. Like, I don't know. I feel like if you're a dwarf fan, like, you've got a lot of options already. You as a dwarf fan, you've already got a lot of options. Like, dwarfs are probably, like, base dwarfs are probably the best race in the game already. So to, like, give them, to give retail another playable race and to make it be, like, elemental dwarfs, it seems like a weird move. When there's, like, so many other things they could have done. And I just wonder where it comes from. Raphael, it seems like it's gonna feel like Dragonflight. Yeah, like, I didn't see nothing about, like, the overall design direction of the game has changed, you know? It's endgame focused, it's instance content, even like the delves, like the single player delves, you find them out in the world, but it feels like they're instance content. It said that they scale for 1 to 5 players, and if it's scaling, then it's probably in some kind of instance. And then the weird thing was, like, announcing 3 expansions all at once. Like, are we sure these 3 expansions should not have just been patches within 1 expansion? Are we moving towards yearly expansions? That's kind of what this feels like, but they didn't talk about it. But it's kind of been hinted at in the past that they'd like to move towards yearly expansions. And so announcing 3 expansions makes sense if you're trying to move towards like an expansion a year model. It's hard to see how much sense it makes if there's 2 years between expansion packs. Like, it's hard to see that you've planned out the next 3 expansions. That seems a little bit crazy. It doesn't seem like a good idea from like a design or development perspective, because it doesn't leave you a lot of leeway to pivot, especially if you're telling like an A to B to C story. Planning it out 3 expansions ahead doesn't leave you a lot of time to pivot into anything else. Yeah, yearly expansions means paying more for less content. Yes. Yeah, they want to get that big box price every year, you know. It's like Call of Duty, you know, they release a new Call of Duty every year. You pay the box price for Call of Duty every year. And I'm sure since it's Activision, I'm sure they would like to do the same thing with WoW. I'm sure they would love to have like a big WoW release, big box price every single year. You know, because that's how fast people eat up content anyway. $90 yearly. You're paying $90 yearly, and then you're paying your $15 sub. I can't do math, but the sub comes to what, like $190 for the year? I can't do 15 times 12 in my head. They didn't teach me right. But yeah, I mean, you're paying over $200 a year at that point to play WoW. It's probably closer to like $250. And that's assuming that you're not like a person who buys stuff on the cash shop or anything like that, you know. It's assuming a lot of things. It is pretty insane. Now what I'll say though is if the game is really, really good, and the content is really, really good, and it's all super compelling, then it could be worth it, you know. But the game would have to be really, really good. The content would have to be super compelling and playable. And that we haven't seen that. We haven't seen that from WoW. At least I haven't experienced that in retail since Legion. Legion was the last expansion that I wanted to get on all the time. I wanted to play all the time, and I didn't have time to play. Part of that was the artifact weapon, when they just tried to, like, you had to farm your artifact weapon for infinity. And that Legion was one of my favorite retail expansions, and B, it was the expansion that led to me no longer being able to play retail. Because I didn't have the time to invest in it, you know. It feels like FIFA? Yeah. Well, Call of Duty does the same thing. Yeah, sports games have always done it, you know what I mean? Like, no one thinks it's weird to get a FIFA every single year, because since back in the day, like, sports games have always done yearly releases. And FIFA has a big cash shop. And FIFA cost a big box price, but nobody gives a shit about FIFA. Why? Because the people who love FIFA, they're gonna fucking play FIFA. They're gonna keep playing the shit out of FIFA because they love FIFA. So, and like people who don't play FIFA, we don't care. We don't care that the FIFA people are having to pay every single year because we don't play FIFA. We couldn't be bothered to give a crap.
How are you?
And they have a tremendous cash shop, like real money transactions in FIFA.
Be good.
It's basically pay to win from what I know.
Hi.
Jay, the announcement is Ascension WoW. It's not Ascension WoW. It's WoW the Season of Discovery. I would be careful, like, being cynical about, like, probably the best thing that's happened to Classic ever. Like, if you do feel cynically about the Season of Discovery, you might just want to find a different game to play, because, brother, it's not getting any better than the Season of Discovery. I would say that to anybody. Like, if your reaction to the Season of Discovery is like, you're not hyped for it, you should find a different game to play. Because the Season of Discovery is the coolest thing that's happened to Classic. It might be the only really cool thing that gets to happen to Classic, and if it doesn't excite you, you probably want to be elsewhere.
Watch your back.
Yeah, maybe just go play on a private server. I've never played on them, so I can't speak to it. What I know is, like, I have never felt any compulsion to go play on a private server.
Watch your back.
You know, I want them to either make the actual game fun, And if the actual game is not fun, I just won't play it. I'm not muted. You're muted. When was I muted? No, I'm not muted right now. There's no way. You're muted. Strike one for you, Mike. Actually, that takes away my first strike. The reception of SOD will dictate what they do in the future. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just like people being really hype and playing hardcore on Blood Cell Buccaneers and Hydraxian Waterlords got them to open up official hardcore servers. Right. Yes, how people feel about the content and how people play the content will definitely determine what happens next. There's no drinking. there's no drinking when I'm on mute. The only consequence of me being on mute is if I accidentally mute myself 3 times, I have to then read your comments in a Lego Batman voice. That's it. I don't know where drinking came in. This is not a drinking stream. It's a safe for work stream for the most part. I guess if it were really safe for work, I couldn't drop any F-bombs or anything. I don't need to be here. I don't think I need to be here. Do I need to be here doing this? I mean, I can do this quest because we're a hunter. If we were any other class, then I'd probably just be like, nah, we'll do this later. But because we're a hunter, I'm just gonna do it now. Yeah, John has a good point. Who's gonna slow down in hardcore and wait for SOD? Not this guy. Not this guy. I just like playing classic. Hardcore to me is more immersive, so I play hardcore. When Season of Discovery comes out, I will probably be exclusively playing that for a while, you know, until I max out. If I cap out, you know, then we can jump back on our hardcore characters. Johnny, if it were a drinking stream and you drank every time my bags were full, by the end of the stream, everybody would be dead. And I don't think I could like have that kind of responsibility. Cause yeah, like everybody would be dead. Yeah, Bella, my plan is still to get the Pally to max eventually. But when it comes to Wrath, like I kind of take the approach that I play when the mood strikes me. I play when the mood strikes me, and it's hard for me to make myself just play like daily if I'm not digging it. But the Pally will be max level soon. I might just get the Pally to max level on my own and like stop doing content on it while I'm leveling. And then maybe that way, maybe she'll get to 80 faster. I'd like to do some stuff. I want to do heroic pluses. I'd like to kill the Lich King. Like, I'm not really excited to go into Cataclysm if I'm being honest. Like, I didn't see anything about Cataclysm that made me like super excited to move into that era of Classic. But I would love to do some stuff with the guild and Wrath. But ultimately, I hope like in the guild, like I hope regardless of what I'm doing, I hope you guys are able to play together and have a good time. Because like ultimately when I get a guild together or a community together, it's not just for me to interact with you guys, because like I interact with you guys on the streams. Like the stream is where we hang out, where we chat, talk about the game, and we sometimes play together. When I think about a guild is for you guys to like be able to hang out with each other when we're not streaming. And so I hope that regardless of what I do, I would hope that the guild would still do some stuff in Wrath, even if I'm a little bit slow, even if I'm not quite there yet. I would hope that if people are having fun with Wrath, they would use the guild as an opportunity to like do stuff with each other, with or without me. That's kind of how I look at my guilds in Discord. Somebody left me a YouTube comment. They were like, "Oh, hey man, like I'm in the guild, but like you don't interact with the guild a lot." And I'm thinking like, yeah, that's true, but like I'm interacting on stream, like live with you. Like I get it. Not everybody can come to the streams. But then I thought about the fact that, like, more to the point, when I think about the guilds, it is more of a place for you guys to connect and for you guys to be able to play together. And, you know, if I get to max level, then I get to play too. That's awesome. In the meantime, we hang out here. Yeah, that's what I was hoping. I was hoping that the guilds would pull together like-minded people, because I think most of us enjoy the game for the same reasons. And I think a lot of us like dislike things about the community. Like a lot of us hate gear score. A lot of us don't like to use Warcraft logs. A lot of us don't like to use a bunch of add-ons. So I was hoping that the guilds would pull together like-minded people, and that with or without me, you guys can do stuff together. I can't raid lead anyway. Do you want to see me try to raid lead and run a stream? Like I can't raid lead. So even if I get my character to 80 and we do some stuff, like someone else is gonna have to raid lead anyway. So you like no one should be waiting for me to raid lead, because that ain't gonna happen. I thought I had been clear about that, but maybe I hadn't. Ethan, my thoughts on Classic Plus. Season of Discovery is Classic Plus. Now my thoughts on Classic Plus are super easy. You see how easy that got? My thoughts on Classic Plus are like so simple now. I'll never have to rant about Classic Plus again. Classic Plus is here. It's called the Season of Discovery. I hope you guys have a blast. Yep. Those are my thoughts on Classic Plus now. Isn't it great? Alex, I don't think Alex wants to raid lead. Alex hasn't done any of the raids. No, someone who's done the raids is gonna have to raid lead. I mean, I could look up the fights and tell us what to do. Like, you know, like raid leading is not really hard. I just tell you guys the mechanics. We die a handful of times and then we go again. We figure it out. Like I like people learning raids by seeing them. We would just in my guild, when we got to a new boss, we would just say, let's give it a couple wipes. That was how we approached every new boss. We would say, let's give it a couple wipes, and we would just go see the boss. Some people watched the videos before the raid, some people read guides, some people like me did neither of those things. I never watched a single boss video, I never read a single guide on Wowhead. When my guild raided, we would encounter a boss, some people would know it, some people wouldn't. We'd say, let's give it a couple of wipes. The raid leader would try to call some stuff out, like during the fight, like move out of this, put these together, you move apart, get out of the raid. Like, and then we would do that a couple times, and we'd kill the boss. So, like, I don't know. I don't think a raid leader has to be, like, super min-maxy, and I think it's fine for people to see a fight a couple times and learn it organically. Sven, good afternoon. Ethan, am I going to be playing the season? Brother, what do you think? Guys, do you think I'm going to be playing the season? No, I'm just going to go play Final Fantasy 14. You know, I can't do this anymore. I'm gonna go play my Dragoon. Sven, good afternoon, man. Welcome. Yeah, wiping in raids. Learning raids by wiping in them is part of the fun. Yeah. Learning by doing. You go into the fight, you see the fight, you die to a thing, and you say, okay, well that killed me. I guess next time I ought to move out. I'll definitely be playing retail at that point, yeah. I might check out 10.2, but it's not really going to overlap with the new season. If I check out 10.2, that's going to be like this week, right? Yeah, it's going to be like, well, what day is it today? It's the 6th. 10.2 literally comes out tomorrow. So if I check out 10.2, it's going to be like, it's going to be Wednesday, you know. And then like obviously there's not going to be a lot of content, so like checking out 10.2 is like kind of like a one and done, right? It's a one and done until they release like tidbits of new story every week, and then that only takes like, what, like they put out some new story and it takes like 20 minutes to go do it. So that's not really like a big time investment if you just want to see like the story stuff. I'm mainly interested, I want to see the druids, or the druids. I want to see the night elves get a new world tree. I want to I would like to be able to experience that through the game and not from like a YouTube video or something like that. I'd like to see the night elves get a new world tree and know what happens with that stuff. Zenry, I appreciate that, man. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out with the streams. We got 5 out of 8. We're doing okay. Even though I'm not paying attention at all, we're actually doing okay. So that's cool. I was looking at the population for the servers today, and they're still the same. Defias Pillager is still like a high population server, and Skull Rock is still a medium. So like people did not hear about Season of Discovery and then like quit playing hardcore. Like that didn't happen. I didn't think that it would, but you never know. When they announced official hardcore, I felt like the next day Bloodsail Buccaneers became like really depopulated. So I was kind of wondering if like a seasonal announcement was gonna like instantly deflate hardcore, or if it was gonna take a while, or if it might never deflate hardcore. Maybe a lot of the people that play hardcore specifically play Classic Era for hardcore. I don't know. Is there anybody in chat that is gonna keep playing hardcore but who has no interest in the new season? Do you exist, and what is your rationale? Johnny, you'll never stop playing hardcore, but you're gonna come play the new season. Yeah, I don't plan to stop playing hardcore either. Not like... I might stop on a daily basis for a while, like when the new seasons comes out, I'm gonna focus the season really hard. But I don't plan to like stop playing hardcore completely. So I think there will be a lot of people like that. But I'm just wondering if there's anybody who's just not gonna partake in the new season, but who is still a big fan of hardcore. I don't think such a person really exists. I think if you're playing hardcore right now, you're probably excited to check out the new season. Mr. Hassel, you stopped playing hardcore a long time ago. Yeah, a lot of people did, man. Like, look, the guild only has 37 people in it. Every day I go through, and anybody who hasn't been on in the last 10 days, I remove the character. And so the guild is down to like about 37 active people, down from like we had like 130 active people like at our peak. Well, we had more characters in the guild than that, but like as far as like characters that were active, we had like about 130 active characters. You know, and then 4 weeks later we have about 37 active characters in the guild. So I think a lot of people have like taken a break from hardcore. Yeah, Shane, it's a good time. If you're not subbed and you've been thinking like, hey, maybe I do want to play some classic. Yeah, I would say sub on the 30th for Season of Discovery. And then listen, if you don't like the Season of Discovery, then yeah, WoW is probably not a game that you want to play right now, right? I mean, that's the thing to think about. Is like, if you've ever thought about playing classic, Season of Discovery is going to be a good jumping off point, because it's going to be interesting, and like it's going to be new. There's going to be like mystery about it and excitement for it. It's not just like coming back and playing classic, a game that everybody's played a million times. It's not going to be like that. There's literally going to be secrets all over the world for us to find. We're going to be driven to explore nooks and crannies of Azeroth that we would never go into before. Like, why would I go into that house? I know there's enemies in there. Why would I go into that cave? There's no quest back there. Like, that's not how you're going to approach the world anymore. You're going to see a building you've never been in, and you're going to think, I got to go check it out. I got to go see what's in here. Same thing with caves. You're going to get into a cave, you're going to complete your quest, and you're going to think, damn, I ought to explore to the back of this cave. Because if I don't, there could be a discovery back there. So it's going to make you approach the world in like an entirely different way. You're going to approach the world the way that people like approach like playing Elden Ring. It's literally like, it's like World of Warcraft Elden Ring. That's the crazy thing is like, I remember when Elden Ring came out, people were thinking like, why can't like MMORPGs kind of be like this? Why can't they capture this feel of like mystery, this feeling of like discovering the unknown? And like, so the version of WoW that has accomplished that first is not retail but classic. You know, we're going to be playing classic Elden Ring, classic WoW Elden Ring style. Yeah, every single discovery they add is new content. Every new class ability, every ability brought into the game, every new NPC in the world, every new treasure chest, every new artifact you find, all that stuff is going to be new stuff. You probably mean like bigger content. Like raids, battlegrounds, stuff like that. Yeah, that's yet to be seen. But as far as like actual new things, like the whole point of the discoveries is that the discoveries are all new things that have been added to the world. Sometimes they will be a new character ability, sometimes it'll be a quest, sometimes it'll be you know, an item in the world or an NPC. But it's all going to be new stuff like added to the game. I gotta feed my pet soon. Nah, he's fine. He's fine. No, I should feed him. I'm just being obstinate. Yeah, I should feed him. He's not angry though. He's just not dealing all the damage he could. I guess we want that 125% damage bonus. With the pet, I should, if I play it safe, I should make it to quite a high level. Yeah, but the last time I lost a character it was because I was hanging onto the side of a boat and I fell off in the middle of the ocean. So having the pet, I don't know if it's gonna help me. I don't know if it's gonna help me. Yeah, like, look, I've died a couple of times when it's had nothing to do with my ability to survive as a class. One time I fell down the elevator in Undercity, and this last time on the Pally, level 39, I fell off the side of a boat. And I just drowned. I just got fatigued and drowned in the ocean. And like no bubbles were able to save me, nothing saved me. So yeah, the pet can help me in combat, but sometimes I don't die because of combat. That's what I realized. Sometimes I'm not going to die because of combat. It's going to be something completely unexpected. It's the boat boss. Yeah, we didn't know there was a boat boss, but there was. Mike, you died to a crab? Yo, I died to a crab. Yes, I died to a crab. Yeah. The hunter, right? Yeah. You die to a crab? Right. You can have like, I got this level 15 quest. I'll just kill this crab, right? And then all of a sudden you realize that the crab is like 6 levels ahead of you. And that he's like an orange level mob. And that he's killed your pet. And that he's punching you in the face. And then you're dead. And you're like, I guess I can't kill that crab. That was how the last hunter died. To a level 20 crab. It was just too much. Was falling down and drowning in the top 10 reasons? It might have been. Like, I didn't just drown. That's the thing. It's like, I would not drown, okay? I'm not gonna drown, okay? Like, so I didn't drown. Because I would never put myself in a position to drown. I got fatigued. Because I stuck to the side of the boat. And then for some reason, when we zoned, I dropped off the boat. And I got fatigued. I didn't drown. It's different. It's not like I was fighting a Murloc, got Frost Nova under the water, and just died like an idiot. I did something even stupider than that. It was even more stupid than that.
Keep your feet on the ground.
I stuck to the side of a boat, and I tried to cross the ocean, stuck in the armpit of a boat. It's next level stupid. And it's not on the top 10 list of ways to die. Dan, you lost your hunter in Oldemon? Yeah, I feel like that's a great way to go. Listen, in hardcore, like, for me, the best way to go would be to go out swinging in a dungeon with my buddies. That's much better than falling off a boat. I'd rather have a big heroic moment, like, that kind of fits, where, like, we just can't do it, and we all get killed. That's the proper way to go, you know? You don't want to get fatigued in the middle of the ocean. Like, you can die like that in real life, you know what I mean? In real life, you can fall off a cruise ship, you could get fatigued, and you could die. In a video game, you don't want to die in a way you can die in real life, right? You want to go out in a raid on a boss, like, or a bunch of ads, like, fighting heroically. Like, I died in a real life way. It was pretty pathetic. I don't even count the falling down an elevator as like a real life way to die, because like, I don't know, I guess sometimes people fall down elevators, but I bet more people die on cruise ships than fall down elevator shafts. No one should look that up. It'd probably be pretty dark stats. Who do you blame for the wipe? Obviously you blame the healer. Yeah, I mean, you blame the healer for everything in WoW, okay? It's really simple. You don't know who to blame the healer. And then when you can't find a healer for anything, bitch about that. No, I don't know. You can't really blame anybody. I try not to blame people, unless it's obvious that someone is to blame. Yeah, I've never lost my character in a group setting. We got one of Alex's characters killed once by pulling a boss weirdly in SFK. He lost a warrior. Like, so I'd have to see, like, maybe Alex would know, like, who you blame in that scenario. I want to say that I would try to blame nobody, but since I haven't actually felt it or been in that situation, it's hard to say. My warrior almost died in Deadmines because the healer DC'd for a minute, so I guess if my warrior had died and it had been because the healer DC'd, I mean, I guess I'd have to blame the healer. I get that in, like, some part it's out of your control if you DC, but I'd still have to be like, well, I didn't get any heals, therefore I blame the healer.
Safe travels.
It's always the priest's fault. Yeah, why didn't he bubble you? What's his problem?
See you later.
What do you mean you couldn't bubble me again? What do you mean I'd already been bubbled too soon? Why can't you just do your job?
Great to meet you. Off with you.
I probably could have, like, stood to have more than 6 empty inventory slots, but maybe we'll take care of that next time if I remember. Blame the pet. Yeah, if there's a pet, the pet must have pulled extra mobs. In my Deadmines run, that seemed to be true. We had a warlock who had a Voidwalker out, and sometimes the Voidwalker would go this way when I was trying to pull this way. So a couple of times we ended up with some pretty big pulls. That was one of the times that I almost died. I got down to 11 HP apparently. That was when the healer DC'd. Also, we had a big pull that probably could have been avoided if we didn't have a blueberry pulling and me pulling. We probably would not have overpulled, but then on top of that, the healer DC'd. Obviously, the only people we should ever blame would be Blizzard. You know, we should blame Blizzard. It's Blizzard's fault. It's their game. It's their broken game, so of course we should just blame them. The weird thing with the Warlock was, like, when we started the run, he said, you know, do we want to have the Imp or do we want to have the Voidwalker? And I said, let's have the Imp and let's see. I said, let's have the Imp, let's start with the Imp and let's see. And he started with the Voidwalker, like, right off the bat. I'm like, you asked a question. I freaking went out of my, I never talked to party chat, you know? I talked to you in party chat, and you did the opposite thing I wanted you to do. I couldn't even address it after the fact, because I didn't understand what had happened. You asked me which one, I told you which one, no one else said anything. Someone probably whispered him. Someone probably was like, hey, this tank, he's making me feel a little sketch. I don't like his gear, and I don't like his look. Why don't you go ahead and pull out the Voidwalker? I know he said to use the Imp. He probably won't even notice, you know? He's probably a bad tank. I feel like somebody whispered him like that, you know? I'm pretty sure that's what happened. And then he, like, never talked in party again. Bella, the level 39 Paladin died. Yeah, well, I lost my level 39 Paladin, stuck to the boat between Booty Bay and Ratchet. Yeah, I got stuck to I jumped onto the boat, I got stuck in, like, a weird spot, getting onto it, and then it pulled away, and we didn't fall off. And so I thought, okay, well, the boat's moving, we're still firmly attached to boat, we're fine. What could go wrong? We instanced from Eastern Kingdoms into Kalimdor, and I fell off the boat. We saw the Warrior Island in the distance, the Warrior Island where you learn Fury stance. Berserker stance, and, like, we just couldn't get there. We had about a minute and a half where we knew we were gonna die, and we were able to try to, like, come to terms with it. What am I looking for now? I'm still looking for mountain buzzards. Okay, makes sense. I'm totally paying attention to the game today, guys. My daily rant. It's the morning rant. It's the rant that goes on and on and on until I lose my energy. We leveled up. Yes, we did. Absolutely. I noticed that. I pay attention to the game. I don't know what you're trying to say. I guess we're just gonna keep going here. Now we're maxed out, and now next time we're gonna go into increased pet damage. That should be good. Speaking of pet damage, feeding my pet would be good too. Be sad dog. Good morning. Good afternoon to you. Welcome. Alex, we're still alive. So there's that. Yeah, there's both of them. And to get into the Discord, you have to be in one of the guilds. We have guilds in Hardcore on Defias Pillager, and we have a guild in Wrath of the Lich King on Mancrick. So Mancrick server for Wrath and Defias Pillager server for Hardcore. And then once you're in the guild, the Discord info is in the guild information tab. Because I've learned that I cannot put my Discord info into descriptions for streams or into the stream itself, because otherwise I get trolls in my Discord. Although my Discord is in really good shape now, and it's probably troll-proof now. So I probably don't have to be as careful with it as I was being for a while. But I think I'm going to keep it the way it is. I think to get into the Discord, having an active character in the guild is just like the only bar. Be sad, Doug. Your work is causing quite an inconvenience today. You can't pay attention to the stream. Here, hold on a second. Okay, I just emailed your boss and I told him that you were taking the rest of the day off. So go ahead and pack it in for today. You're all done, buddy. Yeah, Bella, it was rough, but it was fine. You know, long term, I felt more sad about the 23 gold that I lost. I felt more sad about the gold. All that meta progression. The character, I got over it pretty much immediately. When I lose a character on stream, it's easy for me to get over it because, you know, I'm hanging out with you guys. I get to immediately go again. I guess I can go turn this quest in. That'd be fine. It's only a timed quest. Yeah, in the Discord now you have to do the introduction bit to introduce yourself before you get into the other channel. Yeah, so they could probably blow up the intro channel, I guess. But that's really all you could do. Yeah, Daniel, we're definitely gonna have a guild in Season of Discovery. Absolutely, we're gonna raid the crap out of all the raiding. Yep, we're gonna go PvP in Ashenvale and get our mounts and just go like wallop on people. It's gonna be really good. This is as much excitement as I've had for a WoW release, maybe since Classic, maybe since actual Classic release in 2019. This is probably like the most excitement that I've had for any WoW product, any WoW release. Oh, there's a spam filter in the introduction channel, Alex. That's awesome. I'm glad that you know about this. Like Clint kind of like vanished on me. And it's fine, like real life intrudes, you know. Who am I to him? I'm just nobody. I'm nobody who he put a lot of work into my Discord for no fucking reward. All I could do was call him out on it on a couple. Whenever he's around, I always like made a point to point out. And now you're doing a lot of the work, and I don't give you any kudos either. I'm a terrible boss, mainly because you're doing stuff for me and you know stuff that I need to know, and I'm not paying you. But yeah. We don't have Clint, so like I never learned how it works. I need to become a better Discord moderator, because right now I suck. If we were to open my profession panel, like my Discord skill would be like 5 out of 150. Like I clearly haven't been leveling it up. And I need to do that probably really soon.
How are you?
This is not as good as what I can make, but I'll take it and sell it.
Have a good one. See you around.
And now we're off to find the elusive Elder Mountain Boar. I sometimes have trouble finding these guys. It depends on if there's anybody else in our
What's on
lair.
your mind? Keep your feet
If
on
I
the
learned all
ground.
these cooking recipes, that could be good. Oh, it's only the one. The other ones just look like cooking recipes, but they're not.
Well met. Safe travels.
Daniel, you were playing BFA back in 2019 still? Oh, you missed the classic release initially? Classic release, yeah, it was really something else. Somewhere on the channel, I have an opening night video of classic release, but I don't remember what character I did opening night with. My first character that I seriously played was my Night Elf Warrior, but I feel like I did opening night on my Human Priest. I don't know, I can't remember now. Yeah, I think opening night was on my Human Priest. It was momentous. I remember seeing the first line I've ever saw. My first line for World of Warcraft was the line to kill Garrett Padfoot. I had never seen people line up for something in the game before. I actually couldn't believe that like people were so well behaved and we were grouping up and then one person in the group would go line up. It was the only time I've ever been okay with lines, was on classic release. In hardcore, we've always been hashtag no lines back on Bloodstone Buccaneers. Official hardcore opening night was fun, David. Yeah, despite the fact that like my internet went out for a minute that night, despite the fact that later that night my entire basement flooded, 2 inches of water, we had to shop back it out all night. Despite a lot of things, the hardcore opening night was really fun. It wasn't as hype as like classic launch, obviously, but yeah, it was good. I think Season of Discovery opening night is going to be even more hype than hardcore was. Definitely more than hardcore was. But maybe even more than classic launch night, because like Season of Discovery is a new classic launch. It's classic plus. It's like it's as close as we're gonna get to everything people have wanted when it comes to new content in classic right now. And so I think that Season of Discovery launch is gonna be more hype than hardcore, and maybe even more hype than the original launch of classic. Because listen, there are a lot of people who did not come back to play Classic that are longtime WoW fans. I think about my friend at the time. We're not really close friends anymore. But I remember when Classic was announced and was coming out. And this guy is the guy who got me into WoW. We've been friends forever. And I remember trying to talk to him about playing Classic with me on the channel. We had done a couple Twitch streams together of like Dauntless and some other things. And I remember I'm like, okay, we played WoW together so much in our 20s. You still play retail to this day. Let's play some Classic together. Let's have some amazing times. It's going to be amazing. And he was like, no. Why the fuck would I do that? Rob, why the fuck would I play a game that I played the hell out of back in 2004? Why would I want to do that ever again? And I was like, oh, well, I did that too, and I still really want to play Classic. He's like, no, the only version of WoW I'm going to play is the new version, because I've done all the stuff. Rob, we're not really close these days, not necessarily just because of that. But that was his reaction to Classic. So there are a lot of people like that, was my point. And I think that those people, when they see Season of Discovery, they might think, hey, I didn't really want to play Classic, but Season of Discovery is Classic Plus. Maybe I want to go check this out. I think it's going to pull people in like that. So I think that's why I think it might be a bigger launch than 2019 Classic. Because there are retail Andes out there, like my friend turned out to be. Didn't know he was he was the first retail Andy I ever met, and at the time I didn't know what a retail Andy was. But there are people like him out there who I think when he hears about Season of Discovery, he might come check it out. Do I think it's going to be released in the evening time? Yeah, you know what they do is they take the server down for maintenance, right? And it's down all day. And it usually comes up around 5 or 6 p.m. my time. When there's a big release, the servers are always down all day. And they try to get them up by 3 p.m. Pacific Destination Time, which is 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Yeah, I think it'll be an evening release, like Hardcore was. Hardcore released in the evening. The servers were down all day, and then they come up around 5 or 6. And if we're lucky, they stay stable long enough for us to play for a couple hours before they implode completely. Yeah, it'll be an evening release for sure. The patrol here. I had marked the patrol with a skull. I don't know if that's still on them. I guess it would depend on whether or not they've been killed. I also realized that I really probably should focus up on finding some Elder Boar. That'd be a great idea. Yeah, I wonder how many layers they're gonna have in the Season of Discovery. Listen, I hope they have minimal layers. I hope they have minimal layers, at least to start. I feel like the point of Season of Discovery is like we all get brought together to like unravel new mysteries in Azeroth. And I feel like for us all to be brought together to experience this together, I feel like we should be able to see each other in the game. So I'm hoping for like relatively layer-free Season of Discovery launch. Because I'm supposing also there will probably be more than one server, maybe, potentially. So like, maybe population size will be alleviated by multiple servers and we won't need like 7 or 8 layers on launch night. I don't mind lining up for Garrick Padfoot on launch night. Like, I'll line up, you know. We'll be able to group up, so I don't mind standing in line. And listen, we have hyper spawns now. We don't need layers when we have hyper spawns. And you know why hyper spawns are okay? Because in Season of Discovery, you don't have a one-life character. So hyper spawns are fine. Let's just crank up let's turn the layers down, and let's crank the respawn rate up, and then let's have fun. Johnny, you're gonna have a Jolt, a family-sized bag of Skittles to power level an SMT just like the old days? Dude, I hope you'll be okay. That sounds deadly. Like, I would... I'm not gonna make any comparisons, I guess. Oh, look at that, I narrowly avoided them. I won't make any comparisons to other behaviors, but that's concerning. At least don't make it a 2-liter of Jolt, okay? Just stick to like a 20-ounce of Jolt. I feel like that's the only way you come out of this. If I did that, I'd die. Yeah, if I drank a 2-liter of Jolt and had a bag of Skittles, I think I'd go to sleep and never wake up. Did anyone see the video of Asmon trying to play hardcore yesterday? I saw the thumbnail, Alex. I don't really watch the videos anymore, but I do look at his thumbnails to see what's going on. But no, I didn't. Oh, I guess I could run back now. I didn't watch the video. Like, why does he think he can play the game? I don't understand what his problem is. Why does he think he can play the game? I don't think, like, when you're Asmongold, you've become that, like, you don't get to play the game anymore. Sorry. If you want to play the game, you have to go play retail, because you got to play instance content where you get into your group and then you disappear into an instance. Like, if you have become Asmongold, like, it's like part of the cost of being you is that you don't get to play the game anymore. It sucks. Like, it sucks that he can't play the game. I don't feel too bad though. I'm not too broken up about it. I doubt that he is either. I like Asmon. I like his opinions. I think he's incredibly smart. I think he is honest. Like 99% of the time, he's being straightforward. I think sometimes he's honest in a way that is also him trying to be funny. That's kind of like the danger of like entertainers. Is like sometimes you're like trying to be funny, and so like you kind of exaggerate your opinion. But I feel like if you're an intelligent person, it's easy to derive his actual opinions, and I respect all of his opinions. But I mean, I just don't click on his content these days. It's got nothing to do with how I feel about him. I don't like all the death reels. I just kind of think it's boring. I have 2 minutes to turn in. Yeah, but I gotta get this ore. Like on the one hand, I have 2 minutes to turn in, On the other hand, I want to get this ore, so like I don't know. It's a hard choice, you know. I'm gonna try to beeline it back now, okay? I think I have time. I think I have just enough time to squeak it in. I should turn my pet on passive. I really don't need to lose my pet. Yeah, I think we got time. I think we have plenty of time. He asked people to join his lair. Well, then yeah, he knows he can't play the game. It's for content, you know. Like when Asmon tries to play hardcore, it's for content. Because he's not going to be able to play it, and that's funny. That's funny to people. It's funny that he can't play it. It's entertaining to see the madness ensue when he tries to log into a server and just like play the game. Does he actually want to play the game? I'm assuming that he wouldn't mind being able to play the game. But I'm sure he's fine with not being able to play it. You know? We had plenty of time.
You need something? Safe travels.
At 20 seconds? Plenty of time. We could cross like a quarter of the zone in 20 seconds. You don't realize it until you're like really timed, but like you can get pretty far on the map in only like, you know, 30 seconds. When you're not timed, like you don't think about how long it takes to get from one part of the map to the other. But when the timer's running, like, oh yeah, I can cross like a third of the map in 20 seconds, no problem. It's not that big. Mossa Gate, I probably need it. I'm gonna sell it. I have so much junk. Flask of oil, I'd like to hang on to. It's for a quest. Same thing with the hops. I need one more actually. What else? Yeah, I have so much junk. I need to probably work on bandages for a minute. Maybe we can do that really quick. Maybe I can let this run.
See you soon.
For a second, and that might help us a little bit. At the same time, like, oh god, I clicked out. It's not going to keep going. Some of my recipes for engineering take linen, so I don't know. I don't know if I should save some or what. Oh, Alex, you sent me new bags? That's awesome, man. You've probably been trying to get me to go to the mailbox for a while. I'm just not paying attention to anything. I appreciate that. How many more slots could I have? I have 12 slot bags. Like, what else could you have sent me? Is there a bag that's more than 12 slots? Is there a 14 slot bag? Is it mooncloth bags? Wait, what is it? It's not mooncloth. I guess I didn't realize I can get a bigger bag. I thought I was done. I've never had bags this big in Classic. They're 14 slots. Dude, that's awesome, man. I really appreciate that. I did not even know that was an option at this point. That's how, like, small my bags usually remain. Is I don't even know the big bag sizes. The rune cloth bags. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. I always forget about rune cloth. Like, when I think about rune cloth, it sounds more like Burning Crusade. I don't know why I think about rune cloth in Netherweave as being like Burning Crusade cloth, but no, rune cloth was Classic era. You can see how much time I spend in like the level 50s and 60s in this game. It's like this much time. A mooncloth or 16. Can you do mooncloth in Classic era, or is mooncloth BC? I will grab the elite quest. If nothing else, we'll come back here at like level 25, and we will solo it at a higher level.
I'm listening.
Even if we can't find a group for it. So I think next we'll go talk to Bingles, and we'll work on this one. I think we can work on this one while we're working on oh, not that one. Where is it? Oh, we don't have it. Oh, I didn't pick the quest up. Okay, big regrets. I have big regrets about not picking up this quest. Because yeah, if I had this quest, we could do Bingle's supplies and we could work on the kill quest at the same time. Now, if I want to do that, I have to run over there and get this quest. And if I do that, then I'm probably just going to, fight those guys down here instead. Okay, yeah, that's kind of lame. I can't double these up like I'd like to. Really, really lame. It's definitely my fault. That doesn't look particularly safe. Maybe we will head back to town. Maybe we'll head back to town and then we will go grab this quest and then we'll come back out. It's a little bit of running around, but maybe that's the best thing. We'll stop in town, we will get the new bags. That will give us a lot more inventory space to work with. So that could be helpful as well. Oh, I can actually work on this quest from Red Ridge on these enemies here. Questie thinks I can. Questie thinks that if this guy can drop the crisp spider meat for the Red Ridge quest. Well, that would be cool. I guess same thing with the vultures. No, the mountain buzzards don't. They're not condors. So even though they look the same, they're not going to drop the condor meat. I will grab his quest. So at least we'll have it. That way when we head back, we don't have to come down and talk to him.
Hi, how are you? Off and away.
Yeah, John, I remember seeing that buzzard like a dozen times on the human paladin back in Bloodcell Buccaneers. Like, every time I turned around, for some reason I kept farming in an area where, like, every time I turned around, there he was. Never aggroed him, thankfully. I feel bad killing these guys. I always think about Nessie. You ever believe in the Loch Ness Monster when you were a kid? My kid believes in the Loch Ness Monster. So anytime I kill, he thinks it's an ancient plesiosaur that was trapped, and then like the land changed, and then they were trapped in a lake. So anytime I kill one of these threshers, I feel bad. I feel like I'm killing Nessie. I do plan to head back to town by swimming across the loch, but we will farm these guys for a minute, see if we can get this done. Yeah, see, Shane has seen Nessie, yep, in the tram tunnel, yeah. She's definitely real, right. Hard confirmed. This is a good farming spot, well, especially if you are a skinner. It's kind of weird on this character not to have skinning. It's been a little bit of a relief. I feel like I've had skinning on basically like every character. And so to be on a character and not have skinning, it feels a little weird, but it feels weird now in a good way. It used to feel weird in a bad way. But now I'm just relieved not to have to click everything twice. I don't think I will do leatherworking skinning in the season of Discovery. Oh, that's one thing I hadn't even thought about. I hadn't even thought about, like, you know, new season equals fresh economy on the auction house. Yeah, I wonder if they're gonna have any, like, new profession recipes. Do you think they'll do some new recipes for the season of Discovery? Like, new craftable gear or new, like, potions? I hope they've at least thought about it. Oh, that would be so cool. If you can start finding, like, if you could find, like, blue recipes from Discovery chests, like new items and new profession pieces that you have never had access to craft before in Classic, how awesome would that be? That would make professions really, really interesting to me. If there were new crafting recipes to find that were, like, awesome. I don't have inventory space for anything. In fact, I'm gonna have to run back to town. Am I leaving quest items on these guys? Yeah, probably. Absolutely. Let's drop this. Jesus. And let's eat this. And then we should have the 2 types of quest items we need, and then I'll loot. We lost one. It was only this guy here and this guy here. No, we still didn't get the right item. There we go. Okay, now we have stacks started. Now we're good. I'm still gonna leave. I'm not gonna stay here because they're gonna drop other stuff too. Partially digested meat. Okay, I don't need that. That should be all of them that I didn't loot. I looted him. Yeah, let's head back to town, shall we? John, you lost a mage to the baby Loch Ness monster? Oh no. Do they have like a freeze or anything they can like root you in place? Or was it just like a higher level? Fighting in water always sucks. I always feel like you increase your chance to die, like anytime you fight in water. There's a vendor at the excavation site? Oh yeah, you know, I kind of remember that. Over here? Yeah, but like, yeah, but the thing is I have to get down here. It doesn't matter anyway. Because it might have been closer to where we were. But I have to come down here to grab In Defense of the King's Lands. That's gonna let us kill trogs up here while we do everything else. So yeah, otherwise, right, I could have vendored a lot closer. Oh, you got jumped by 2 of them. That'll do it. Yeah. 2 of them, if they're orange especially, because you can't run away. Like in the water, you can't run away. Listen, Nessie can swim faster than you, okay? It's like same thing with Murlocs. Like, if you get a Murloc problem or like any kind of water enemy problem, you can't run away from it. You can't just leash them. They're gonna F you up while you're trying to run because you can't swim fast. And it turns out they can. Yeah, fighting in the water is always really sketch. I got you, Daniel. I would like to stop fighting stuff, but everything's in my way. Maybe I can just avoid them. No problem. Alex, you're in Ungoro Crater. What level are you now on that character? You must be like 52 or 53. I could look, right? Robert, you could look. 52. Nice. Nice. You're gonna be the first guild 60, right? I'm pretty sure you are now the highest level person in the guild. Yeah. It's you. It's it. That's it. You just have to not get killed, you know. You can be the first 60.
No!
You just now you gotta not get killed.
Be good. Keep your feet on the ground. Well met. See you soon.
Yeah, no pressure, but you might end up being the only guild 60. No pressure though. But you might be the only one in the guild that ever hits 60. Especially if we're relying on me to ever do it. Not any good luck so far. Don't jinx him. I don't believe in jinxes. And you shouldn't either. There's no such thing as a jinx. How's that? Is that working? Alex, you got to do quests in Azara? What level did you get to do those? Were they like level 50 quests? I thought Azara was like level 55 and up. And there's only like one quest I remember was going around all the ruins looking for like runes on the ground. Or like runes on items. Something about searching the ruins for runes. That's like the only quest that I remember ever doing in Azara. The goggles are awesome. Yeah, the goggles are like probably like the only type of like cool looking headgear that exists in Classic era. Eye patches, goggles, like lower face masks, like a rogue's mask, but like anything that covers the hair and like it deletes your hair. And so any helmet that deletes your hair, I hate it. Now if she could wear helmets and I can still see her hair, that'd be awesome. But you know, 2004,
What's on your mind?
engine limitations. The goggles are awesome.
Safe travels.
If I'd have known that I could have cool goggles at such like a low level, I probably would have done engineering before. Yeah, I'm really digging it. I don't know, I'm kind of like, I feel like I'm slipping behind today. I should probably find somewhere like, maybe I want to stop and do some of this. Like, I don't want to feel like I'm falling behind on my professions, and I feel like I kind of am. I feel like I might need to spend some money on the auction house to like get some ore, or maybe I need to get some rocks. I don't even know what I should be leveling up on right now. That's kind of part of the problem. I can make some of these target dummies. I feel like this would be a good thing to make a bunch of. 'Cause not only would that give me skill ups, but I would be able to have the target dummies. A target dummy works like a Stoneclaw totem, right? It's basically a Stoneclaw totem. It taunts. It has a little bit of HP. I've never seen the target dummy used either. I would love to use the target dummy someday. You know, Lord knows I get into enough situations where it could be really useful, so I should definitely be thinking about, like, yeah, I want to have some target dummies. I have wool finally, you know, now I need wool for first aid too, but I feel like I want to prioritize engineering. So I can make copper bullets if I smelt some of my ore. Let's go work on this. I don't think we have to go to Iron Forge, but I think we should be able to find a forge somewhere here in town. Because we don't have a ton to do. We just have like a bite-sized portion to do. Yeah, right here should be good. Let's do this. I am going to keep forgetting my mail. Yeah, I should get my mail now. Before I'm doing any of this, obviously, like, the first thing a person should do when they're about to do crafting is, like, firstly, like, have inventory space. Secondly, have inventory space, and then also, like, make sure you have inventory space. That's what you should do before you craft. Yep. Do as I say, not as I do. Do I need the bear meat? No, I need to cook these, though. Bear meat can go, boar ribs can go, boar meat can go. Spider leg can go, ichor can go, the meat can stay. Because we have a quest. I don't know if I need rough stones anymore. Crocodile meat I need to hang on to. The eggs can go. The single linen can probably go. And then I have a bunch of like parts for engineering that I probably, you know, shouldn't really be carrying around, but I am anyway. Okay.
Safe travels.
Let's cook the mud snappers and I can sell those.
How are you? Keep your feet on the ground.
I could actually use the armor patches, even though like I don't get hit a lot. It's like I don't really need it, but I'll use them anyway. Speaking of not getting hit a lot, I should probably let myself get hit a little bit more because my defense skill is probably in the toilet. I might not need like that many stacks of bandage considering that I never get hit. So I'm gonna sell down. These I don't need. I can't cook them. I don't need them to eat right now. I'm gonna sell them. I have buff food here if I ever want to use it. I'm gonna sell the coyote steak. And I think that's really all I can do for now.
See you soon.
Let's get the new bags. That'll help. Oh, they look really cool. I've never seen these. I expected them to be pink. I guess the Mooncloth ones are pink and purple, right? I've never seen these before. Alex, I appreciate it, man. Thank you. That's great. I have to move it to a different bag to put it in that slot. There we go. There we go. That's as good as it gets. Yeah. That's as good as it gets. Is anyone playing Warcraft Rumble? That's a good question. I played a little bit with my son when it first came out. Maybe I'll sit him down today and we'll hang out. We'll play a little bit more. He hasn't asked about it, but he thought it was cool. I can sell the clams. I have new buff food coming in. I should eat them though too. Once the new stuff comes in, then I'll sell them. Alright, so now we should be ready to do a little bit of smelting and a little bit of engineering. Oh yeah, that's right, it's only a 15-minute buff. I always forget that they're so short. I expect it to be like a half-hour food buff, but it's not. I really wish I could look at two like different professions menus at the same time. So I really want to pull up engineering right now and kind of look at like what I need. But I can't do that and have this actually go. I wish I could open up two panels at once. Now I don't know if I'm going to make bronze. I think I need the copper bars for the target dummy, so I shouldn't smelt this into bronze. I should leave it as is. Oh, I need bronze for the target dummy. Okay, so, but I have to make copper bolts too. Copper bolts is going to eat into how many bronze bars I can make. Engineering is complicated. Who would have thought that engineering would be complicated? Engineering is complicated. It involves the ability to do like some quick mental math that, like, quite frankly, I can't do like very much on the fly. But okay, so let's make some copper bolts. So I already have 8 bronze bars. I'd have to craft 16 copper bolts to even use those. I don't even think I'm going to be able to craft 16 copper bolts. So yeah, I won't craft any more bronze right now. I will use all the copper on copper bolts, and then we will make however many target dummies we can make. And I guess that's what we're going to have to do. So yeah, see, we can make 6 of these. I don't suppose they stack with each other, do they? Please stack. Please stack, please stack, please stack, please stack. Come on, come on. Yes, it stacks! Oh, that's awesome. How high does it stack to, though? Stack to at least 10, please. It stacks to at least 10. Hey, that's awesome. Look at that. Let's keybind that. Let's just put that on R. I'd love to see this. I hope I get a chance to use it. That's really cool. I can make blasting powder, so I probably should do this to make some heavy shot. Oh, I need copper bars for heavy shot too. And we are getting low on ammo. I have to buy some ammo here. I don't know that I need I don't know that I need rough blasting powder for anything now. No, I think I need coarse. So I could probably sell my my rough stones. I don't think I need them.
I've the finest wares in the land.
I'm not selling these. I'm gonna send these to my bank alt because, you know, eventually we'll have a need for them. I'm gonna sell those potions and keep 1 stack of 5. I'm gonna sell this stuff. And keeping all the target dummies. Everything else I basically need. Devil Dog, this is classic era classic, so vanilla, and this is the hardcore server. So yeah, this is classic era hardcore. So not Wrath of the Lich King, not BC changes, just classic era vanilla, but on a 1 life server. Alright, so I think we're done in town. The inventory could be better. Let's mail the bags off to my bank. Yep, let's do that. And that's fine. You know, I could probably send other stuff, but I don't really want to have anything sitting in the mail. I'm gonna send those. Which is being really weird. There we go. Finally, it finally sent. And then I need to find the guy that sells ammo, which I think may have been back inside. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. I know you guys think I'm gonna run off and I'm not gonna do any of the things I said, which is a fair notion for you to have. It's okay that you think that I'm gonna run off and not get ammo. I mean, you know, I've done it before. I'll probably do it again. There we go. We're ammoed up. We have the best inventory that we can have. We've done a little bit of crafting. We have target dummies now, so I think we're good to go. We're gonna swim back across. We'll swim out to here, and then we'll work our way onto the Trog Island. Maybe I should grab these elite quests. What is this? Chalk salt. And maybe I should grab these, and if I see anybody in general chat looking for more, I should be paying attention to general chat, right? Like right now I have not had general up. But I will turn on general chat, and that way if people are going out for the elite quest, I can join them.
Hi. Safe travels.
I'd love to be able to get those done. So let's see how many people are here. It says 50. You know, it says 50 people are here, which I hope means like more than 50, but you know, I'll keep my eyes open and we'll see. This is Defias Pillager. Yeah, Eastern US server. Hardcore server. It's hiding in the hardcore tab. Ra, good afternoon, man. Thanks for being here. Justin, for Season of Mastery? You mean for Season of Discovery? What faction are we playing for Season of Discovery? That's a good question. And the answer is, of course, Alliance. Yeah, we're gonna. So if you guys are thinking about the new Season of Discovery, and you're trying to think like if you want to play with the guild and you want to be in the guild, we're going Alliance, so that can kind of give you like a frame of reference for what you want to do. Yeah, I'm not gonna try to go Horde again. You know, I don't really resonate with Horde in Classic Era like at all. I played Horde for so long in my life, and I never really liked it. Maybe one day, you know. I think for now I'm an Alliance Andy. So yeah, we're gonna go Alliance. And I don't know. I'm probably gonna. I might do a human. We've done a couple of dwarves recently. I think I might do a human. I really don't know what class yet. Part of me wants to play warrior, but like part of me is like, well, they're probably gonna show more love to the other classes. Part of me thinks, you know, they're gonna show more love to the classes that like aren't part of the meta right now. Like if you think about like paladin, shaman, druid. If you think about classes that aren't really part of the meta, like then I feel like they're gonna like shower more love on those classes. But yeah, I was thinking about rogue, potentially a rogue. This is a US server, Albin. So on the US side we have Defias Pillager and Skull Rock, and this is Defias Pillager over on the US side. Pally will be able to taunt. I don't know if I'm ready for another Pally. Like, could you guys even stomach watching me play another Pally? Like, I know they're gonna get Crusader Strike, you know, in the new season, and they're gonna have a taunt in the new season, but I don't know, could I really turn around and do another Pally? I guess I could, but maybe I will. Maybe I will. They'll have a taunt, and then they'll have Crusader Strike. You know, that might be what I want. I'm not sure. Like I said, I don't know yet. We have a little ways to go. It's 4 weeks. But listen, when I just thought about a pally just now, I didn't feel sick to my stomach. So that's a good sign. You want a yeah, rogue tank? I want a tank. Yeah, here's the thing, guys. In classic era, I want a tank. Like if we're gonna do raids in classic era, I want a tank. So like I kind of have to think. And I know there's a rogue tank, right? Like I know they said rogue tank, but I don't think they really meant like 100% uptime rogue tank, did they? I like the warlock. I think that's 100% tank, or it can be. Because they said that the metamorphosis form was like bear form for the druid, so that was like a shapeshift form. It's not a cooldown. You get to go into that form and you get to do your thing. But I felt like for the rogue it was an on-press ability that made them tanky. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I didn't see it right. But I just wonder, like, are you gonna be able to be a rogue main tank? I don't know. And I want a main tank, so I don't want to F up. I don't want to play a rogue thinking I'm going to be able to main tank BFD, and then I get to level 25 on the rogue, and it turns out like the rogues can't really tank raids. You know what I mean? The lock tank might be okay, but like, yeah, I haven't had a good history with playing warlocks. I always end up finding warlocks really boring to play, and I don't think that it would be any different. Maybe in metamorphosis form, if it was like a bear form kind of thing, where like I got it at a low level, was able to stay in it, and like that could be pretty cool. You know, I don't get to see my character then, I guess. That would suck, but... Maybe I will do warrior and just, you know, the thing about warrior though is I kind of hate stance dancing. That's like kind of the attraction of the paladin. Like if I can be a paladin that has a taunt, and I have crusader strike, so I just have at least one more button to push, then I would probably love to be a pally tank. Because I just need taunt, you know. It's like, give me taunt, we're good to go. Consecrate, taunt, we're good. Whereas like if I play a warrior tank, I'm still gonna have to stance dance even Season of Discovery. I'm gonna have to charge in battle stance. I'm gonna have to have 5 points in tactician to keep my rage, and then I'm gonna have to flip to defensive stance after I charge. And I hate stance dancing. I love warrior, but I hate stance dancing. Warrior with victory rush? Yeah, you're probably still not gonna be able to use victory rush from defensive stance though. Yeah, but like for questing warrior is gonna feel like drastically different. Definitely. But I don't know about tanking. But they probably will do something for tanking. They'll probably do something like making charge. They'll have like a rune that makes charge usable in defensive stance or something, right? You gotta think maybe they would do something about it. I don't know if like stance dancing is like on their minds. One of them would have to play. One of the developers would have to play like a warrior for them to really be thinking about stance dancing. I'm just not sure if I'm willing to bank on that. Foodie, you're gonna play self-found hardcore, man? That's cool. I hope you enjoy it. Yeah, the bill, and I think that's true. Yeah, with the level 25 band, you're gonna be able to do multiple characters. If you're someone who has lots of time to play, which I think like comparatively, I would say that I do. You're right, I probably will have multiple characters. I kind of want my first character to be like the one though, you know, like, yeah, like there will be time for multiple characters for me, I think. But I want to make sure, so I want to make sure right away I have a main tank. So in that spirit, like I probably should go with like a paladin first, because like I know I want a tank. I know the paladin's probably going to be super viable with a taunt. So I could go with that, and then like if it turns out that rogues are good tanks, I could look at that as my second character, you know, because by the time we get our first characters up to the level band, we'll have a little bit more information about how like the different classes can work. Alex, you want to do the full roster of classes? Dude, that sounds so cool, man. Yeah, if I had time for that, that sounds so cool. We'll see, because they said they will leave a band up for like 1 to 2 months. They said they're going to look at how quickly players are leveling. They're going to look at all the data. and then they're gonna decide like how long the level band stays restricted. But they said 1 to 2 months. If it's 2 months to get to level 25, like, cool. Like, yeah, I can get to level 25 in like a week. You know, if I'm pushing, like, you know, I can get to level 25 in a week. So if I got 2 months to get to level 25 and like play stuff at endgame, then yeah, like doing a bigger roster is definitely on the table. I don't think I could do a full roster, but I think I could do the classes that I want to play. I think I would have enough time to do all the classes that I really want to play. We got a couple guys here. Let's get onto the shop. Oh, these are both seers. Okay, I hope they don't heal. I feel like they do have a heal. Let's see. No, they don't. They didn't heal. You wonder if the runes will work like glyphs are? In what way? They're not on use. They stay in some kind of spell book. It looked like they had just opened up like part of a spell book, and then you were able to just like pick from there and enchant the item with the ability. Yeah, it looked like it kept them all in a book. Once you had discovered them, it was yours forever. We had some YouTube lag. Yeah, no drop frames on my end. 0 drop frames, a consistent bitrate at 15,000. So on my end, we're good. Leave it to YouTube. Yeah, we're about 2 hours into the stream, so it makes sense that YouTube would have a little bit of lag by now. I'm surprised it's waited till now. Is there an add-on that puts the NPC icons on the big map? As far as what kinds of icons? Like I have icons, you have icons for professions. Questie can do quite a bit of stuff. As far as what it puts on your map. You can mark various vendors, you can mark different trainers. As far as the bank and auction house, it has mailbox tracking. Auctioneer, yep, here's the auctioneer and the banker. Yeah, it does. Auctioneer and banker would show you on the big map where the auction house and the banks were at. Sizzler, good afternoon, man. Welcome to the stream. Am I going dwarf for discovery? I think I might do a human. We've done a couple of dwarves, and dwarves are the best race in the game probably, but I might do a human for season discovery. We'll see. It is hard to resist the braided pigtails, honestly. It is hard to think about a life without the braided pigtails, so I'm not like 100% sure, but we'll see. That's an add-on, Zenry. This is Questie. So you would first download Questie from CurseForge, get it installed, take you like 5 seconds, and then once Questie's installed, you have this icon here that you click, and that gets you where I'm at. But yeah, what I'm using here is an add-on. In Classic Era, I don't think there's anything in-game besides talking to a guard. If you're in a city and you go up to a guard and you talk to a guard, they will mark on your map where the banker is or where the auction house is at. But if you want to be able to see it all the time marked on the map, then that's going to be using an add-on. You installed so many add-ons you got confused. Yeah, Zenry, yep, I'm sure, man. Yeah, because there's a lot of things that people think you need a bunch of add-ons. So usually, like if you're playing WoW, usually you got a bunch of add-ons installed. That's pretty common, I think. I try to stay like add-on free, but I've been convinced more and more over time to install more and more add-ons somehow. When I first started playing Classic back in 2019, I had exactly 0 add-ons. And it wasn't until the end of Season of Mastery that I was convinced to install Questie. And the reason I installed Questie back then was so I could find quests to do. I wanted to be able to see like where the quests were on the map so I can go pick them up and what level they were and stuff. So people got me to install Questie by telling me that Questie would let me see where the quests were at. Ever since then, it's been like a snowball effect, you know? Somehow I get convinced to install more and more add-ons. Now I have a bazillion of them. Alex is responsible for like 85% of all my add-ons, yeah. That's true. It's like a long time. He works away at it, you know. Every time it's relevant, he'll bring it up. You're like, well, you could use this add-on. And he'll just like slide it in there like casually every time like a certain situation comes up. And he puts it into my mind like subliminally, and then one day I'm finally like, okay, I'll install the add-on. Like, it's what happened with Alcoholic, it's what happened with so many add-ons. Like, eventually I just install the add-on because he's been sliding it in there and mentioning it, like, over time. Alex should definitely work in PR because, like, I feel like his ability to subliminally, like, put ideas into people's minds is, like, high level. Because I've installed, like, a bazillion add-ons. Bella, you're looking forward to the healing mage? I would I would hesitate to. I wonder, you know, it's like my thoughts about the rogue tanking. I kind of thought like, okay, mage healer. I'm like, do they really mean like you're gonna be a mage healer, like you're gonna be able to heal in a raid, or do they mean that you're gonna be able to get like one really awesome heal that's gonna really help you out in leveling, and that's gonna let you be an off healer in a raid? I don't know. They didn't give enough detail. So I kind of worry about things like rogue tanks and mage healers. I worry that they said those things and people kind of took it like you were gonna main tank or main heal, but maybe that wasn't what they meant. But maybe it is what they meant. That's they didn't really clarify. I didn't see any questions in any of the QA that was like, are mages gonna be able to main heal and are rogues gonna be able to main tank? And I don't know why like no one asked those questions. Because those are very, very pertinent questions. Like I said, I want a main tank. And if I knew they were going to try to make Rogue a viable main tank, I would probably go Rogue. But since I'm not sure, I'm going to go Paladin instead. And I would say the same thing if I were a healer. Like, mage healer sounds awesome. To level up as a mage, but to be able to, like, heal a raid. But I wonder if that's going to be the case. Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see. Gateway add-ons, just like gateway drugs. Yeah, Questie was a gateway add-on, for sure. That's what it was. Oh, we have a whole party here now. The shaman can definitely heal. This might be ripped for our buddy, but then again, I'm on an island, so I really can't run from this. Oh god, a full heal. I have to fight this out because yeah, I don't think I can run from this. Not on an island. Maybe I do have to run from this. Maybe running from this is the only way I can live. Let's sacrifice the pet. Yeah, let's play it safe. I think we pulled too many. And the big problem is that a couple of them were shaman. Those guys were going to cross heal each other till all their mana was gone. The pet was going to be dead long before that. So yeah, I think we should get out while the getting is good. I don't think they can catch us. Yeah, there we go. We're fine. Target dummy. Yeah, missed opportunity for the target dummy. With the pet, I feel like we have less opportunities for the target dummy. Now, if I had pulled another guy, like let's say I ran through here and I pulled somebody else, that would have been a good time for the target dummy. Would I have remembered the target dummy? Maybe I will now that we've talked about it. But I don't know. I can't res him. I don't have enough mana. Ouch. A dead pet is unhappy pet. Yeah. I can't blame him. Alright, get ready for the wild pigtail action. Where is it? Oh, no, no, no. There we go. I say we're not doing it like that. This is how we do it. He is super PO'd. I probably shouldn't even have him fight until he's at least, yeah, yellow. Let's see if we can get him up to green. Shoku, is the game dead on normal classic servers? You want to try now for the first time? Wait for the discovery update? No, what I would say is, like, the cool thing about the normal classic era servers is that they're all clustered together. So even if you were on like a lower population realm, you're still going to see lots of people playing. It's still going to be really active because you're on a server cluster. So you're on a cluster made up of multiple servers. And that's how classic era servers do it. So yeah, like they're not dead at all. Like I would not say that they're dead. There are servers that are like really active individually, but more so it doesn't matter what server you're on really because they're clustered together. So yeah, if you wanted to check out regular classic era, you should definitely be able to do that, and it'll feel like people are playing the game, because they are. And they put them, a lot of them together, so. That being said, like you could wait till Season of Discovery, that'd be fine too, but if you wanted to just kind of check it out and like get your toes wet a little bit, yeah, you'll have people to play with, for sure. Mark, good afternoon. Welcome to the stream. Has Henry reached your new favorite animation of the game? Yeah, mine too. Yeah, we didn't know about it. At least I didn't until recently. It's too bad that dwarves can't be mages, because then your hair could probably do that. Like every frostbolt, you could do that. Yeah, Mark, I feel the same way, man. I can't wait. It's as excited as I've been for any kind of WoW release since like original Classic came out back in 2019. Yeah, like Season of Discovery has me like really hype. I'm super excited. Time can't pass quickly enough. So yeah, I haven't felt like that in a while. I have one more item to get over this way. I should probably do that. He dazed my pet. What a jerk. He dazed me. Shame on him. Am I ever going to use the target dummy? Yeah. I don't know, because I have so many other ways to just deal with it, you know? I feel like the target dummy would probably be amazing on a class that did not have a pet. But I feel like with a pet, like I already have ways to like take care of myself. Even if it's a bad situation. Yeah, Bella, me either. 20 years and I've never seen pigtails act quite like that. So it was pretty incredible. Somebody said there were some healing spells that made the pigtails do that too, like if you were a dwarf priest, that some of the healing spells made them do that. But I've never been a dwarf priest either. I gotta clear the last guy. The mage needs target dummy. Yeah, it would be good for a mage. Good, basically just anybody who's kind of squishy and does not have a pet. A warrior could really benefit from it. Like if we had a target dummy when we lost like the level 27 warrior and the orc warrior, if we had a target dummy then we might have lived. I think warriors really benefit from target dummies. I don't know if they benefit from any other part of engineering though. You could probably take it just for the target dummy. Let's see. We are done with the trogs. Let's come down here and we'll try to get the rest of the crocodile parts we need. Heavy short bow. Still can't use bows. I still never ever took myself back to Darnassus. I'll have to do that at some point. Soon. TM. Well, that is everything we need. Let's go turn into Bingles. We'll head over here, and then I guess we are making the run back. I haven't seen many people talking in general chat. Like, I really haven't seen anybody talking in general chat. So, nobody seems to be looking for groups for the elite stuff. I mean, despite the fact that apparently there are lots of people playing here, no one seems to be doing the elite stuff right now, or talking in general at all, which is a little bit weird. We're never gonna free ourselves from the crocs. They seem to be respawning quite rapidly. Electron, hello, good afternoon. Welcome to the stream.
Hey! You have a great day now.
Have we been doing the engineering? A little bit of it. Yeah, we did some today. It's not bad. It's 117 out of 150. Mining is a little bit behind. I haven't been mining a lot of nodes. Now that I think about it, I haven't been mining a lot of nodes here in Loch Modan at all. Maybe Loch Modan doesn't have a lot of nodes. Yeah, mining is kind of falling a little bit behind now. Engineering's okay. But yeah, maybe I should be taking more like routes near the mountains and maybe looking at my mini-map a bit more. I haven't really been paying too much attention to my mini-map, I don't feel like. So it's possible that I'm just missing nodes that are popping up. The other problem is I'm not getting a lot of skill ups off of copper anymore. We're kind of at a point, like, if I want to assure a skill up, it has to be silver or tin. Like, the copper is green, so, like, that one, I didn't get any skill ups. That's the other problem that's happening. I need tin. That could give me a skill up off of the mining aspect of it, and then if we make bronze, we get skill ups from smelting. Like, somebody just stole that from me. Funky Sophie? Ooh, I loathe you. How dare you. And I guess maybe we're not finding a lot because other people are finding them first. That's also a possibility we have to consider.
How are you? See you later.
You got my attention. See you soon. Watch your back. No. Be good.
And now we are headed all the way down here to try to get that turned in. I wonder if there's like any kind of shortcut here, like any way we could come this way and like sneak our way back through here. I don't think there is, but I'm gonna take a look. I can't quite tell if maybe there wouldn't be a pathway through here down into the valley. I don't know if it would be any faster than going around. We'd still have to come around this way. it probably wouldn't be any faster. Yeah, congrats, Alex. That's really awesome. 53. Only a handful more levels to get to where the lock died. Do you have a plan for how you're going to approach the Plague Lands? Maybe the plan is grind in Winterspring forever instead. Johnny, you're looking forward to melee hunters? That's kind of another thing. I worry about that too, the same way I worry about mage healing and rogue tanking. They said it like but they were saying stuff off the cuff because they were like really into it. Maybe melee hunters, yeah, they showed her dual wielding and they were like, this will increase your damage. Because I thought Lone Wolf was like, it increased like your range damage. But they did kind of indicate that maybe you'd be able to be a melee hunter. It would be cool to see it. They just didn't really showcase like any active melee abilities, did they? They had like explosive shot. I didn't catch the other one. Melee hunters would be awesome. If you can viably be a melee hunter, then at some point I will level a hunter up in Season of Discovery. Yeah, Lone Wolf is all damage increased by 25%. But that doesn't immediately make you a melee capable. Like, that alone does not immediately make you melee capable. It would make you, like, able to, like, deal more damage from ranged and, like, just not have to rely on a pet. I guess you could, like, start at ranged. You'd probably still start at ranged, right? Like, listen, even if you were a melee hunter, you would probably still open up from ranged, right? The difference is, instead of having a pet to tank for you, he runs into melee, and then you just kill him. Yeah, maybe it's like that, right? Maybe it's not like... Ooh, this might have a shortcut. Oh, there's old Sudi, though. We have to be careful. Yeah, maybe it's not like you engage in melee. Maybe you still engage at ranged, but then you just fight it. You're like half melee, basically. This is not a shortcut, is it? It's hard. It's so hard to tell. I don't think that it is. On the mini-map, it looks like it could be. We're gonna check it out. It looks like it could be. Well, look at that. See, I've never come this way before in 20 years. I've never come this way. I hope that if I come this way in the Season of Discovery that I can find something cool back here. I've never taken this shortcut. I did not think this was really going to be a shortcut. I expected it to be a dead end, so that's actually really, really cool. Oh no, Lael, those dailies sounded like work. You made those dailies sound way too much like work. Oh no. Yeah, that's really cool. I've never been back there before. In retail, I think there's a shortcut for sure. There's like a really obvious shortcut here in retail. I didn't think it was there in Classic Era. It shows what I know.
No! Keep your feet on the ground!
Alright, so we have a quest in Ironforge. We don't have anything else here that we can really do. Really, we have no solo quest here at all. We have the level 21 quest to go into the wetlands, which we're not going to do right now. And apparently there was an engineering quest that I just missed, and maybe we'll do this once we are ready to head into the wetlands to quest. But then again, we have the flight point, so yeah, when we do Elga's Gauntlet, maybe we'll do this. For now, I feel like we're probably done here. If we look at Red Ridge, we have to go to Stormwind. Guard Parker needs his lunch. Everything else is level 17 and 18. If we look at Westfall, we're looking at level 17. We can continue with the Defias Brotherhood quest. And we need to grab the compass from the Alexon farmstead. I think we head back to Westfall next. And we kind of get ourselves positioned to be able to do Dead Mines. We wrap up some of the quests, we do the running back and forth to talk to Matthias. But we're going to stop in Ironforge first. And we'll turn in the quest in Ironforge.
Off with you.
Karen, have a good rest of your night. We'll see you next time. Thanks for being here. We can get the Darkmoon Fair buff now. Yeah, I saw that the Darkmoon Fair was propped up again. Daniel, the quest in North Lochmodan starts quite a long quest line. Are you talking about the engineering one, or are you talking about the one on the bridge? I think the one on the bridge starts a longer quest line. I'm not sure about the engineering quest. I've never done it before. We need to go to the Hall of Explorers. Do we need to do anything else while we're here? We could check out the engineering trainers, I guess. I'm not sure if maybe we have new recipes to learn. First aid, we probably want to learn wool. Yeah, let's go do the first aid and we'll check out the engineering trainers also. Do that really quick. And I have mail. That's great.
Welcome. See you soon.
Yeah, I'll do the bank stuff at Stormwind. Everything's gonna be more convenient at Stormwind. I'm gonna do the engineering stuff here, and then I think I'll get on a flight for Stormwind actually, because I think it'll be better to do that stuff there. Either way, I have to run all the way out here. Oh, there's mailboxes back here. I didn't realize that in Classic there was more than like the single mailbox. For some reason, I thought there was only one mailbox. No, we have mailboxes. Do we need to train? I really can't remember if we trained level 18 or not. I think we did. I think we're good. Let's check our pet too, though. Since we are right here.
How are ya?
No, we have nothing.
See you
What about the
soon.
pets?
Hi.
Nothing. We have nothing. Okay, we're good. Catguard, good afternoon. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for being here.
Pleased to meet you. Be seeing you.
Interesting.
Standard scope. Okay, that's good. What do I need for that? A bronze tube and a moss agate. I swear I can make a bronze tube, can't I? I need weak flux.
Off and away.
Interesting.
I need an anvil. Of course I do. Of course I need an anvil. Obviously I need an anvil. Alright, yeah, we gotta head to the Great Forge.
Right.
We'll go turn the quest in first. Everything is more convenient in Stormwind. I should really have done all this stuff in Stormwind. We could have done the training. We could have done engineering and smelting and everything really, really close by. We could have done everything in Stormwind. Oh no, Alex. Are you okay? That doesn't sound good, man. Devil swords don't sound good. I hope maybe your pet died. No, don't die. Don't die to devil swords. But if you are gonna die to a devil sword, it's better than falling off a boat. So.
Safe travel. See you soon.
You had to feign death. Oh man, that's super scary. It's really scary. Just feign death at the feet of a devil sword. You know, like, yeah, there's no way he just steps on me, realizes that I'm not dead, and kills me. He dismounted you and feared you? That's vicious. Jesus. Oh, guys, I had a moss agate and then I sold it. Do you guys remember when I sold the moss agate? I said, oh, I'm gonna need this, and then I sold it. I did need it. I actually needed it. I thought I still had it on me. I just remembered I literally sold it. I was being a smartass, and I said, I'm gonna need this later. And then I sold it. Oh, what a failure. Okay, I'll have to buy one on the auction house. It'll probably cost way too much, but now I'm committed. I just checked. Yeah, he doesn't have it. Yeah, I remember being like a smart aleck. Oh, I'm gonna sell this. I'm gonna need it later. And then yeah, like an hour later, I do need it. Okay, so I can't sell any of that stuff. I have to put it all in the bank. All right, guys. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put myself on a flight to Stormwind. I'm gonna take a little bit of a break for lunch, and I will be back in about 10 minutes or so. So let me put something into chat here. 1 second. We'll say, what time is it now? 1:25. I'll be back by 1:40 my time. Give myself a little bit of time. And if you guys want to hang out, I would really appreciate it. Love to see you after lunch. If you gotta go, then I appreciate you being here. EST. There we go. I will pin that to the top, and I will see you guys on the flip side. And we're back. Thank you guys for hanging out. I appreciate it. Hope everybody's stretched, hydrated, got a snack, whatever you needed. So, let's see. We need to talk to Shoni. That was a little breadcrumb that we picked up in Ironforge. Do we have to do that now? Not really. Let's head over to the bank and check out the auction house. Try to find a moss agate. Mike, congrats, man. That's awesome. Oh, Alex, I appreciate that. That's awesome. I need 125. I'm pretty close. Oh, I'm 126. Oh, requires level 20. Okay, so I can put that in the bank. I'm not going to need that for a while. Cooking, I'm at 113. So I think I'm going to put them both in the bank for now. Yeah, and then engineering, I can now make the scope. I don't need the anvil for this. Well, that's nice. Do I want to apply it to this weapon? Level 16. I just wonder if maybe I can find something a little bit better on the auction house.
What can I do for you? Be careful.
Let's go see if there are even any guns available on the auction house. It's probably not going to be too many. Well, there's Little Timmy's pea shooter, which is 18 gold. Ouch. Lovingly crafted boomstick. This is my next engineering thing, so I'm going to be able to make this myself pretty soon. I'm not going to spend 4 golds on it. And then the deadly's what I have. So yeah, basically, like, probably some of the best guns are going to be guns that I can craft myself. So I'll just use the scope now, and we'll try to make another one next time we get an upgrade. We have the Messenger to Stormwind quest for Redridge. Let's do this. We also have a quest to buy a cask of wine, isn't it? Let's see. Unless I didn't pick up the quest. Yeah, maybe I just didn't pick up the quest. I bought the skin of sweet rum from Goldshire. And I know that there's one that I need from Stormwind. Is it a cask of Merlot? Is that what it is? And then I need the one from southern Westfall. But I need one more hops. I'm one hop short. Who drops the hops? Is it the Harvest Watchers that drop the hops?
What are you looking for? Light bless you.
Yeah, we also need one from Darkshire. We can run to Darkshire probably soon. Whenever we want to turn in Parker's free lunch, we'll make the run to Darkshire. Maybe I could do that now. Maybe I can do that now. If we go to Red Ridge, we'll turn in the messenger to Stormwind. This should give us messenger to Westfall. We can do that really quick. And then that one should give us messenger to Duskwood. Maybe we should get some of those done.
Need help? For the Alliance.
I also have to return to Goldshire at some point. I have the price of shoes. That has to actually go to Smith Argus. I probably should have ran out to Goldshire, ran back to Stormwind, and then got on a flight. But this is level 18. I can do this whenever. It's kind of just boring. You just gotta run out to Goldshire and back. It's not the most exciting quest. I could probably do it on my own before stream tomorrow and just get it done. I wish we could eject out of the flight whenever we want. Like, I'd love to eject right here and turn in free lunch. Oh wait, did I not talk to the Marshal? Oh my god. I thought I talked to him. I don't think I talked to the Marshal, did I? Well, that changes our plan a little bit, I think. Yeah, I didn't talk to him. Alright, okay, so instead of that, we go turn in free lunch. Then we head down to Darkshire. Then we head back to Westfall. We were on different layers again, Johnny. You were next to me, but you couldn't see me. Yeah, I mean, I believe that. I don't think I've ever encountered somebody in real life or in the game and then been in the same server Or been on the same layer, rather. What is this? Alex, what add-on is this? What have you done? What add-on have I installed that has given me this? What's up? Master Looter Soulstone. Ah, I've never seen that pop up before. I don't know what that was. I blame Alex. Nice. Johnny, I appreciate it, man. You have one of those useful buffs that last a while. So that's nice. Maybe it's part of Altaholic. I don't know. I can't imagine what add-on that was part of. We have Redbridge Goulash, so we can fight some stuff as we travel here. If there's anything alive to fight. You've never seen that before, Alex? Ah! It's got to be some kind of add-on issue. Yeah, I'm not sure what it was. The newest add-on I have, I think, is Altaholic, so I'll just blame Altaholic for it. Did I train mining? No, but we're good for right now for mining. Yeah, we should be good. We shouldn't need to train it yet. Johnny, you have Altaholic, you've never seen that? And it didn't pop up. It popped up as soon as we joined into a group with each other, it popped up. So, I don't know. I really don't know what it could be. It didn't seem to do anything bad. I just had to get rid of it. It was trying to give me like some information about like whether you were soulstoned and stuff like that. So it wasn't like super annoying or obtrusive, but I've just never seen it before. The pinned comment is still pinned. Of course it is. Thank you, Amy. I appreciate it. There we go. There's a Knoll War Harness. Okay, I don't think we need that. What do we got? Yeah, we have better. It looks cool, but we have better. I'm sure eventually we'll get an upgrade that's cool looking. Right now, like all of our chess pieces have basically looked exactly the same. It's been the same chess piece with like a color change, but like brown, gray, and black. But the graphic for our armor has pretty much looked the same the entire time. Just subtle color swaps. Eventually we'll get something cool looking. Flox, what do I think of the petless melee hunter spec in this season of Discovery? Well, I mean, I'd like to see it. I don't think it's going to be like a full melee spec. They didn't. It's not a spec. We can't call it a spec, okay? It's like it's an ability that makes it so. All they showed two things. They showed an ability that made it so that when you didn't have a pet, you dealt 25% more damage. And then they showed a picture of a hunter dual wielding, and then they offhandedly said melee hunter. I think like what that means to me is like you're still going to start shooting back here, right? You're still going to fire away. But if the enemy runs up to you, instead of having a pet, you're going to be more than capable of just killing it melee. I didn't really see anything yet that indicated there was going to be a true like full melee hunter spec that would not use a ranged weapon. Because it's not like retail. Like in retail, when you pick survival hunter and you go melee, like you don't get to have a ranged weapon. You just don't get to have it. In classic, you're still going to be a hunter, and you're still going to have a ranged weapon. So even if you can deal like significant damage in melee, you're always going to open up from range. You're always going to open up from range, unless there's a straight out ability that makes your melee attack damage greater. If there is an ability like that that sacrifices range damage for melee damage, then I think you'd be a melee hunter. I think all that's going to do, it's going to make it so that you're still going to open up the same exact way you would. You know, concussive shot, you're going to put some damage into the target, and then you're going to finish them off with your Raptor Strike, Mongoose Bite, instead of having a pet tank them away from you. That's kind of more the feeling I got, and I think that's really cool. It would be cool to not have to I would have probably played Hunter a long time ago if I could have not had a pet. And just like my own damage could have been enough to like defeat the enemies, because I'm not really a pet person, so like I think it's really cool. Yeah, start from range, finish at melee. I think that'll be more what the spec is about. I don't know if like you're gonna go into a raid as a hunter and like stand in melee range. I think you'd still be a ranged damage, unless there's like more abilities that change it substantially more. You know, obviously we don't know what any of the runes are yet, besides the few that they showed us. So yeah, there very well could be more abilities that bend you more and more towards being a melee hunter, but right now we don't know. Same thing with like rogue tanks. Like maybe rogues can main tank a raid. Maybe they can. Maybe warlocks can main tank a raid. We don't know. We don't know like what all abilities they're gonna have access to, so we really don't know yet. That's gonna be the fun part. Is gonna be like trying it out and figuring it out. Isn't a petless hunter just a warrior with a gun? It's a warrior with a gun that can deal a lot more range damage than a warrior, because you know you still have arcane shot, serpent. But yes, basically, yeah, a warrior, a hunter without a pet, who can melee also is kind of like a warrior with a gun. It's a gun warrior, which is cool, you know, yeah. You're still going to have your shots, you're still going to have your serpent sting, your arcane shot, you know, it's different, you know, kind of. Yeah, a hunter will still have mana, right? No, I think you can be a hunter without a pet is like an archer or like a marksman, you know, like that's what I think of like a hunter without a pet. Like, do hunters always have pets? I don't think so. Like, I don't see a lot of hunters in real life having pets. I guess if you like bird hunt or something, you probably got dogs that go retrieve the bird. Maybe people do hunt with pets. When I think of a person who uses ranged attacks, like I don't immediately think of having a pet. That's what's always been kind of unfortunate about the WoW hunter, is that like for the most part, like until lone wolf talent, you're stuck with the pet, even if you're not like a pet person. EQ had a class called Ranger. Yeah, that they use like a bow or a ranged weapon, but they didn't have to have a pet. Right? Yeah, I don't. I've never been a pet person. I've been having fun on the hunter though. You know, the hunter's been a blast. The pet allows you to do a lot of like crazy pulls that you would probably never ever do in hardcore otherwise. So it's fun for that reason. I just never really liked the idea of like most of my damage coming from a pet. I like, as the hero character, I like most of my damage coming from me. It's more of a class fantasy issue I have with it than it is like a class mechanic. Obviously the mechanic of it is amazing. Because the mechanic of it means that you can like pull lots and lots of enemies and you don't have to worry about dying. But it's more like the class fantasy of it that I was never really interested in as far as like having a pet as a hunter. Red Robin asks, is engaging with chat or playing the game more tiring? They're not really tiring. I don't know. No. No and no. Playing the game is fun, and engaging with chat is fun. And if either of them were tiring or like got tiring, I probably wouldn't stream. I'd probably just go back to doing recorded stuff more often, you know? Playing the game I could do in my sleep. The hardest part about streaming for me is like sitting still for 2 hours or more at a time. That's the only tiring part, is like just making myself sit still. Not getting up a dozen times and doing chores, pacing around the house. Yeah, it's hard for me to sit for so long. Not like pain-wise, just like mentally. But no, none of it's tiring. David, your entire job is sitting still for 10 hours? Yeah. Yeah, half of my job used to be like that. I had half of the year when I was developing materials, and that was the desk part of the job. But then I had the other half of the year when I was teaching class. And back then, classes were physical, so then I got to be on my feet. I got to pace around the room a lot, you know? I got to do a lot of movement when I was teaching classes. So that was always the good part of it. Like, yeah, I had a part of the year where I was basically like stuck at my desk. Or you're sitting in a meeting. But then I had the other part where I was able to be on my feet. It was always a good balance. How long have I been streaming for? Like today or like in my life? I've had the channel going for almost 6 years. I've only been streaming for the past 9 or 10 months. When did I start streaming, guys? I don't remember. Yeah, channel's been around for a long time. But streaming is a newer thing. For a long time I didn't know if I wanted to stream. In my life, not very long. I've been doing YouTube for a long time. Streaming started back in May. This past May, right? On the Bloodsail Buccaneers Paladin. So like you can do the math, a handful of months. Oh yeah, it was a big change. What I like about it is actually being able to have conversations and interact with you guys. For hardcore, like, people have made me a better player and helped me stay alive. But I really like just being able to have the interactions and chat with you guys about stuff. Because obviously, like in recorded content, I don't get to do that. Like we sometimes will communicate a little bit through comments, you know, but like communicating through comments is like nothing. It's basically the opposite of any kind of communication at all. When you're just trying to like communicate through YouTube comments. But yeah, it's been nice. Dream. The Dwarf Paladin, well, she fell off a boat in the middle of the ocean. And she got really fatigued, and then she drowned. Yeah, it's worth a look. It was pretty funny. We died in the most mundane way that a person could die, which is just falling off their boat and drowning. We're a little bit surrounded. We need mongrels, not a lot of mongrels. This should be interesting. Can we take all 4 of them? I honestly don't know. I don't know, but we're gonna find out. I don't think so. I think the pet will probably die at some point. Maybe I'll be able to kill 3 of them, and then I think, like, after that the pet might go down. I could try to heal the pet. I'm just not sure how quickly we can heal him as opposed to... Oh, we got help. I didn't really want help. Oh, well, now I need the help. Now help would be good. You changed your tune real fast, didn't you, boy? Yeah, you didn't want help, and then you really needed it. I think my best bet here is to keep the pet alive for a second. There we go. I will say thank you to this person, because they did... We probably still could have handled it. I think even with the ad, we would have been okay. But I did appreciate having somebody else around for that one. That was nice. It turned out to be nice. I always wonder if multi-shot is worth it for, like, damage. I could have pulled them to me and then I could have target dummied. Am I ever gonna target dummy? I don't know, guys. It's since I didn't get it early on, it's not in my muscle memory reactions, you know. Like I have pretty good reactions to pop a potion. I have pretty good reactions for some cooldowns, but I don't have good reaction to pop a target dummy. It could have helped us there. Phlox, am I gonna roll self-found? You know, my gut reaction was no. Like when they announced it and made it official that they were gonna do it, like on stream, like my gut reaction was I wasn't interested. I'm not sure if I guess it's gonna depend on when it happens. I'm gonna be focusing on Season of Discovery, like over anything else that I do in this game right now. What I'm most excited about is Season of Discovery, so it really depends on when they do the self-found stuff. If they do it after Season of Discovery's been out for a while, or maybe they drop it when we've been at a level cap for a little bit and we're waiting for the next level cap to open up, like maybe I would check it out. But I'm not excited for it at all. It would give me an opportunity to play the priest. We would go priest. I can maybe I can mine this once before they come back. Let's keep our eyes open. Can we get 2 before they come back? Maybe they're just not coming back. Justin, you're going on a warlock for your first hardcore character. That's a good choice. Alex would definitely say that's a really good choice. He got his lock to level 58. Like it's good because you have the same kind of power that you have on the hunter. Like once you get your Voidwalker, you got to be careful about just not getting overconfident. Would be the one caution I would have. It's a super powerful solo class, and so what happens to me is like it's really easy to get super overconfident. That's how I got all my warlocks killed. What class was I thinking for Season of Discovery? I don't know. I was thinking I want a tank. You know, I really want a tank, especially if we're doing stuff like raids. We're doing 10-man raids, and then I kind of want a tank. The biggest reason I want to tank is I don't know if anybody else wants the tank. So yeah, I kind of feel like I need to fill a main role, and I'm not going to heal. So you know, I was toying around with the idea of a rogue, because they said rogues might be able to tank, but since we don't know like the capabilities of the classes, I might go with either warrior or paladin. Maybe I'll just go warrior. I don't know. I think paladin's gonna be fun because we're gonna get the our Crusader Strike, and who knows, maybe we'll even get Divine Storm later down the road. You know, you never know. But then I'm thinking, well, then will it feel just like a Wrath Paladin, you know? I want it to feel, what I don't want is I don't want the classes to come to feel like their Wrath equivalents or like their Kata equivalents. I would like the classes to still feel classic, but to just have like some more abilities. I don't know. So you guys know what I mean? Like I don't want to just end up playing the Wrath Paladin. That's my biggest fear, is like I roll up Paladin for Season of Discovery, and lo and behold, when I get all of my runic abilities, lo and behold, I'm playing a Wrath of the Lich King Paladin. Like, I'm already doing that, you know? I don't want to do it twice. I mean, I've already done it twice, to be fair. I did a human Paladin first. I don't want to do it a third time. So, like, and then I think maybe Warrior. See, Johnny, you'd think you're making a mage healer. But like I talked about earlier, like we don't know if them saying like, look, mages have a good heal they can get. Like we don't know if that means that they're going to be able to main heal. Maybe it does because they did say it, but I felt like they were just kind of speaking off the cuff. They were like, look, mage healers, and look, rogue tanks. And it wasn't like, look at this rogue tank main taking BFD. It was just like said offhandishly. So I worry about like raid viability. And then you also have to keep in mind that like your ability to do a certain thing depends on if you find the runes. What if we don't find the runes? I mean, sure, eventually all the rune locations will be available on Wowhead. How long do you guys think? How long in the Season of Discovery will it be before every single rune in the level bracket has its location known on Wowhead? And when that happens, will the devs add more locations, like more discoveries? Like, because if we know where all the runes are, that's fine, but at least give us other things to discover so that it's not all documented. Yeah, I feel like all the rune locations for those discoveries are going to be figured out like pretty quick and posted right on the internet. Yeah, 2 weeks, right. If it takes 2 weeks, Alex, I'll be shocked, because it's only level 25 to start. Like, there are people that get to level 25 in a couple of days of playing, you know what I mean? It's like getting to level 25, like, let's look at our /played. We're 19, we've been playing for 23 hours. Like, probably like a person who is better than me could probably get to level 25 in 30 hours of gameplay. Someone could play for 12 hours a day for 2.5 days, and they're gonna be level 25 already. I think if it's 2 weeks, I think that would be like a long time. I think it's gonna be within the first week that Wowhead's gonna have a comprehensive guide about where all of the currently known abilities are at. Yeah, because we're assuming that not all discoveries are going to be new abilities for your class. Obviously, that couldn't be the case. So, like, a lot of discoveries are just going to be like treasure chest, or a new quest, or a rare spawn. That's what it read like to me. Whereas, obviously, only some of your discoveries are going to be new abilities for your class. Because otherwise, there would just have to be too many abilities. Like, how many new abilities are they adding? David, you'd think it'd only be a couple days. There we go. So we got 3 different concepts. It's either 2 weeks, 1 week, or a couple days. It's like the Price is Right. You just can't go over, I think. I'm hoping that they will continue to add like the other discoveries, so that even as they document them onto Wowhead, like every week new ones are being put into the game, you know? Even if it's just like new rare spawns. As long as they're constantly adding stuff from like week to week. Stoen asked, do I think that the standard edition pre-purchase for War Within is worth it? No. No, if you're going to play retail WoW and you're going to buy the new expansion, you have to buy the $89.99 one, because if you're a retail player, like, playing 3 days later than everybody else is not acceptable. Like, if you're a person who plays retail, like, you can already feel that, like, playing 3 days later than anybody else is, you know, you don't want to do that. So, like, I would not spend any money on it unless I had the money to spend on the full edition that gives me the ability to play when the game comes out. That's my honest advice. I don't think any of it's worth it, Stoen. I don't think it's worth it at all, because I'm probably not going to play it. Like, nothing I saw convinced me to pay any money for it. So let me start with that. But what I'm saying is, like, if you're someone who is going to purchase the retail expansion, there is no reason to purchase the standard edition, because I'm assuming if you're going to purchase retail, then you want to play retail. And you're not going to want to play 3 days later after everyone's already hit max level, they're already doing mythic zeros. and they're already stepping into raids. Well, there won't be raids, but you know, they'll be doing the highest level content they can already by the time you start playing. So no, I'd say if you want to play retail, like save up the money. Don't pre-purchase it. Firstly, there's no reason to you could purchase it the day before the 3-day head start. You know, wait till 4 days before and then just purchase it. But save up your money and buy the real edition that they want to make you pay for, if you're going to spend any money at all. Because that's all I'm going to do. I'm either going to be able to afford the $90 or I'm not going to be able to pay for the expansion. Because I'm not going to buy the $50 one and play late and not get any of the additional stuff, not get the game time or the mounts or the tenders, or I'm not going to like pay $50, which is still a lot of money, and not get anything for it. Not even the ability to play the game when it comes out. You're not even going to get the ability to play the game when it actually comes out. That's the biggest problem. You know, like if it was just the other stuff, like the cosmetics and the mounts and the tenders, like then it wouldn't matter, just by the standard. But since they're selling you the ability to play the game when it comes out, you have to pay the full asking price.
Greetings.
It's like they figured it out. They figured out how to make $90 off of every sale of a WoW expansion. And pretty soon they're going to be dropping expansions every single year. So they have figured out how to make the most money that you could ever possibly conceive of. It's really a great trick. It's called early access, aka when the game really opens up. They used to just have you pre-order it, but in a digital world, like pre-ordering doesn't mean anything, you know. So they finally figured out that they should just sell you the early access for cash dollars. Yeah, they're giving you value, like Red Robin. Yeah, there's value there, but the fact is, all the other things are like non-important. The only important thing they're really selling you is they're getting so many people that are gonna buy that wouldn't buy it normally, even for all the bells and whistles. Like most people would not go in for that, I don't feel like. But they're gonna get so many more people to pay for it because they're also selling you the ability to play 3 days early, aka when the servers actually go live. And that's why it's going to make money. Like, yeah, they give you other stuff, but all the other stuff is made up. You know, especially for someone like, think about someone like me, like, I don't care about the trader's shop. I don't care about cosmetics or mounts. Like, the game time is nice, yeah, but game time is also, like, basically nothing.
For the Alliance.
It's basically nothing. Hey, Kingston, I appreciate that, man. Thank you for being here. Alright, so we took care of that. Let's go visit the herbalist. Tough condor meat. Yeah, I think we can get condors over here. Although, you know, last time we farmed condors down this way. It's level 18. We don't need to work on it right now. I could just continue into Duskwood, you know, and get the flight point, buy the drink at the bar, and we can move on with that. I could actually grab the Dry Times quest. That would be a smart idea too.
King's honor, friend. Go with honor, friend.
Can I help you? Have a good one. See you around. Safe travels.
Yeah, I mean, in Retail's case, Jesse, they didn't even manage to hype it up. I don't think they really managed like to create a lot of hype, honestly. Maybe they did. I didn't feel any hype. They could have done a better job at like creating hype. They're still not going to deliver, but they also really didn't like make any hype. I didn't feel hyped. I felt like it was I'm like, okay, another standard retail expansion, you know. You got your 4 new zones, you got a couple new factions, you have another allied race, you got your raid, you got 8 dungeons. 4 of them are leveling dungeons, 4 of them are endgame dungeons. Like, it was like a very standard, and then it was your new bolt-on feature, otherwise known as hero talents. Here's the thing about hero talents, okay? Like, let's talk about hero talents. Because they said no more bolt-on features. Okay, what makes something a bolt-on feature? A bolt-on feature is a feature like artifact weapons that you use for one expansion and then you shoot it out into space at the end of the expansion and it's never relevant again. Now, you can say, oh, hero talents, they're going to stay in the game forever. We're gonna keep here, but what if they don't work out? What if hero talents can't be balanced, or they're hot garbage, or people hate them? Guess what's going to happen then? They're going to be shot off into space. And then look, we had a bolt-on feature for an expansion that didn't last because it couldn't be balanced, didn't work out, people didn't like it, they didn't engage with it. There could be any reason to get rid of a feature, even if you intend to keep it forever. Look at how many times talent trees have changed. When they made talent trees, they weren't a bolt-on feature, but they then changed drastically so many times. So yeah, what's not a bolt-on feature today can become a bolt-on feature tomorrow. So yeah, and we were supposed to be done with bolt-on features.
How are you?
And that's it, that's the whole expansion.
See you later.
So I don't know that that makes like a lot of hype, or if it's just like, oh, okay, this is what we expect.
Have a good one.
John, good afternoon. I'm doing pretty good. Did they mention anything about WoW going to Xbox Game Pass? No, they did not. You will see Diablo 4 go to Xbox Game Pass before anything like WoW, because Diablo 4 is already an Xbox game that is available on the Xbox. So wait for that. That's your indicator that we're moving in that direction. Whenever Diablo 4 gets onto the Game Pass, then you'll know that maybe WoW will get onto the Game Pass someday. But, you know, the one thing's going to happen first. And it hasn't happened yet. There was a Murloc quest, but I guess it's a higher level. Alright, let's head down into Duskwood. We eventually have to get back to Stormwind so I can actually talk to the Marshal. So I can actually do this quest. Because apparently last time I just blacked out and I didn't talk to him at all. And then I jumped on a flight point. And here we are. Hours later. Still in Redridge. Is it just me, or recently has our pet been a little bit less and a little bit less able to hold aggro? Every once in a while in the past like couple levels I've noticed that he'll let aggro slip off of him, and we will pull aggro. And before that it wasn't really happening much, but I wonder if we're due to get like another level of growl soon or something like that. Do I have any good gear yet? I mean, I have lots of awesome gear that I was given, but I mean we haven't done any dungeon runs or anything like that. Let me kill this. This is an example of what I was just talking about, how the pet doesn't really seem to be able to hold aggro on these guys in all cases. We got the Deadly Blunderbuss, which we made. We've got the Gleaming Claymore. Yeah, we got some pretty decent gear. Yeah. A lot of it thanks to Alex, who has a leather worker. And then we have the awesome engineering goggles that we made. So we're doing okay. Jesse, you never played WoW until hardcore? I mean, you're coming into WoW at a really good time. Especially for classic stuff. Like, yeah, like retail is like a totally different thing. And a lot of us don't really have much interest in retail, but it's a good time for classic. It's probably the best time for classic. It's a golden age. Can I can macro Pet Attack and Hunter's Mark together? Can I? I can. Oh, I already did it. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I already did that. Yep, that's what I have down here on Tilde. On Tilde is attack and mark. Yep. I'm not really a macro person, but that macro I've had for a while. It's like one of the only macros I'll use will be like on a warlock or on a hunter to combine like one ability with pet attack, because yeah, otherwise, you know, having your pet attack becomes really troublesome. I appreciate it though. Alright, we can come back here. Let's head down into Duskwood finally at long last. Layla, I'm sorry to hear that, man. That sucks. I can hit start auto attack there too, or start attack as in my attack. What about, would it have to be start auto shoot? Because I think attack might just trigger my melee attack. I wonder if I can do, if I can also do auto shot. But I think like, well, I mean I could do auto shot. I usually open up right away after that with Serpent Sting anyway, which then starts the auto shot. But I wonder if I put auto shot on the end of the macro, if I get one more shot off before Serpent Sting hit. Since I don't know how to really write macros, this probably will not work, but... well, let's see. No, it would need... I guess it would need something else. Yeah, that didn't do it. Is it one word? Yeah, it's not in the tooltip. Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe it would be one word only for the macro's sake. Just trying to mimic what was in the tooltip. Let me see if that works. Yeah, I guess pet attack just says attack, so. Alright, what can we try it on? Level 20? Yeah, no. You know, it's kind of okay, because at least, like, if I wait the GCD to do Serpent Sting, at least that gives my pet time to run in, so it kind of works. Okay, maybe cast auto shot? Yeah. You know, I'm such a macro person. I don't know if it would be cast, though. I'll try it. Yeah, that's not it. Maybe it just can't work like that. I'm fine with it how it is. We could probably figure it out, but ultimately I don't mind letting the pet like kind of get in there before I start shooting. Because if he gets in there before I start shooting, like less chance I pull them into my dead zone. I hate when I like shoot an enemy first, and by the time the pet gets a hold of it, it's already in my dead zone and I have to back up. So like realistically, while soloing especially, like it's kind of okay with me if my pet gets there before I start shooting. If I start shooting first, then I know like every other enemy is going to end up in my dead zone. Like every time the charge is on cooldown, then the enemy is going to end up like right in my dead zone by the time my pet gets a hold of them. Rare goods. Let's see. Prove it.
Potential customer.
Ooh, jumper cables. Yes, please.
For real.
That's nice, isn't it? Oh, it's hardcore, Robert. Son of a. It's hardcore. It would have been cool for Season of Discovery. Yeah. I was thinking, like, that's awesome. Potential res to save a wipe. It's like, no, you can't. The game just got me to blow 20 silver. I got excited for an engineering recipe that I'll never get to use. Maybe it'll be something I can make to skill up, though. Maybe it can help us get skill ups at some point. At 20 silver. Oof, I should delete the character and re-roll. Yeah, I think I gotta delete the character now. I think you know, there's no more efficiency, so I think we have to just go again. It's probably the best thing we could do. At 20 silver, that was gonna be it. We might as well just go again. Damn it. And make some jumper cables, put them on the auction house, see what happens. Maybe someone's as dumb as I am. Maybe there's somebody out there as dumb as I am who just gets excited and forgets that they're on hardcore. You know, maybe that person exists. Yeah. Maybe I'd sell one. I don't think I'm gonna grab any quest here right now. No, we don't need to grab anything. We need to grab the item for dry times, bottle of moonshine.
Hey there.
All right, there we go.
See you around.
And we will head over to Westfall.
Hey there. Farewell.
Alex, people bought empty vials for 10 times the price. Did you? That's right, you put empty vials on the auction house. And people bought them. You know what it is? It's like they needed vials, they were buying other ingredients, they were already at the auction house, and they were too lazy to walk over to the trade good vendor and to buy. It was laziness. They were like, I can save this gold, I can walk 10 feet. Or I could just get these on the auction house and with the rest of my mats, and I can just start making these potions right here. Yeah, it's probably like definitely laziness. They were like, that seems pretty cheap, it doesn't seem too expensive. And then they just didn't want to walk across the street to the trade goods vendor. That's my theory.
Light be with you. Be careful. Light bless you. Go with honor, friend.
Back to Matthias Shaw. I kind of want to get some of the running around out of the way. Which I understand is like not really the most exciting thing in the world.
Hello. Have a good one.
The flight timer is handled by Leatrix Plus. So if you have Leatrix Plus, you come here, you can go into interface, and you turn on show flight times. Yeah, see, Alex, exactly. I almost did that with the with like first aid and stuff on the Paladin, and like, you know, looking back, I should have, because I died with 23 gold anyway. I could have bought that stuff on the auction house like a long time before I made my way out to Stromgard. And I was like, okay, I waited and waited, but yeah, I probably should have been lazy and bought it on the auction house. Would have been a good use of some of that gold that we died with. Yeah, Leatrix does lots of cool stuff. Leatrix can even control the weather effects in a zone. So if you were in a zone and you wanted the weather effects to chill out, somehow Leatrix Plus can actually have that happen for you. It also allows you to play any music soundtrack in the game, which is really cool. And it breaks it out by zone and stuff. Phlox, that's a good philosophy to have. Yeah, I would not play hardcore on hotel internet. I haven't traveled. I used to travel for work quite a bit. It's been years since I have, so maybe hotel internet is better than it used to be. But from what I remember, like, I would probably not play hardcore on hotel internet. That sucks though. Yeah, like I'd say play some Wrath of the Lich King or something. If you want to play a little bit, play some Wrath. Could be at least something to do that keeps you in the world of Azeroth,
What can I do for you?
Never game. I mean, you can game, like, gaming is fine. Like, it's not going to be optimal, but I would say, like, definitely not hardcore. I wouldn't hardcore, and, like, you're not going to do any PvP, and you're not going to do any raids, like, on hotel internet, but you could probably, like, quest by yourself.
For the Alliance.
Do, like, solo stuff,
Light bless you.
Okay, it might not be optimal, but you could do it. Yeah, that sounds terrifying. Yeah, I wouldn't play if that was happening. That sounds terrifying. Yeah, I wouldn't play retail Wi-Fi. There'd be so much, like, ability latency. Like, the server is so, like, the way it handles things on the server side is so weird that, like, I feel like your abilities would go off and your abilities would probably never really go off, Yeah, you'd be standing there firing abilities off in retail and like nothing would be happening on the screen. Yeah, I guess I wouldn't play retail with like crappy Wi-Fi either. Not unless you want like incredible ability lag. Okay, I'm gonna actually come out here and talk to this guy this time. It's happening. Speaking of the running around stuff, like maybe there's a case for heading out to Goldshire. Maybe there's a case for heading out there. So we're set in Sentinel Hill, and that could work out for us. Yeah, let's run out to Goldshire for the Price of Shoes quest, because we'll want that eventually. That opens up a quest to kill the fire whelps in South Redridge. You can fish. Yeah, you can work on professions. That's a good point. Yeah, like having crappy hotel Wi-Fi could be a good excuse to work on professions. Unless you have to do things for your profession that are dangerous or life-threatening. Like, I guess I don't know if I would go mine. Yeah, maybe you'd have to confine yourself to fishing and cooking. Unless you need to, like, get low-level stuff. Then maybe you could go to, like, low-level areas if you needed to level up, like, mining or something. You might drown while fishing. You might fall off the dock. Yeah, true. That's right. One disconnect later, your character's fallen off the dock head first, and you weren't there to course correct, so they drown. That's hardcore fishing. Yeah, if you disconnect, you drown. I was assuming I could get to this, but now that I'm back here, maybe I can't get to it. That's a little bit weird. I thought they always made sure to spawn them in places you could reach. Soren, what do I think about the Season of Discovery? I think it's going to be amazing. Yep. I think it's incredible, and it's going to be awesome, and I'm really looking forward to it. I guess I don't need to get hung up on this one single ore. I could probably move on. Yeah, the staggered level caps, that's like one thing I never would have thought about. You know, we talked a lot about different ideas for the season. And, you know, I talked about an idea of treasure hunting, where they hid treasures in parts of the world that was meant to, like, compel the player. I talked about that, so they stole that directly from me, obviously. We talked about, like, talent changes and ability changes and changing the meta up. So, like, a few of the things they did, it was, like, conceivable. But I never would have thought about the level banding. That was a very interesting take that he had. He talked about how, like, back during the beta for Classic launch, like, they had the level cap was in there, and people would find, like, new things to do at that level cap, and they would have, like, level 25 bis items that they would, like, figure out, and that, you know, that was a really interesting takeaway to make it into, like, the release of the season, to have these level bands. And then the concept that they're actively fighting FOMO, while the retail team is, like, reaping the rewards of FOMO. Like, the Classic team is actively fighting FOMO with the level bands.
See you later.
It's really cool. Because yeah, in most cases, like 2 days after launch, people are like, "Oh man, is it too late to start? Is it too late to start the season? I'm 2 days after launch. Should I just not play? Is it too late to play?" That'll happen. That would happen within like 2 days. If it were just like go as fast as you can and there's no cap, like right away, people always feel like they're behind. But when everybody's going to be capped for 2 months at level 25, then it's really easy to feel like you're not going to be behind. Even if you can only play an hour a day. Or like 3 hours a week even.
Be careful.
Alright, so now I think I'm going to hearth back to Sentinel Hill. Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to the Ashenvale event, yes. I am looking forward to the PvP. Yep, I haven't like historically engaged in PvP, but being like starting off on like an even keel with everybody without like having to go into a PvP situation where people have like a lot more experience with the battle and a lot more gear, like going into a level playing field. I'm actually really excited about. Yep, I plan on doing that as often as I can once we're at level cap. Yep, I'm like really excited to get the mount, to have a mount in Ashenvale, like at level 25. That's gonna be fun. And yeah, I don't typically PvP, but it sounds really interesting to me, and just the idea of being on a level playing field to begin with is really appealing. They've also promised to add like pertinent rewards to the reputation vendors, so that's really cool too. Everybody likes gear and rewards.
Well met. Go with honor, friend. For the Alliance. Be careful.
The hunter is stuck with only DPS specs. Yeah, but you can be a melee DPS. Aren't you happy? Can't you just be happy for your melee hunters? You need to have a hunter tank. You can be a hunter tank. It's called a pet. Yeah, it's called your pet. You can be a tank. You want to be a tank? Do you want your pet to tank Ragnaros? Hmm? Do you want a main tank with your pet in BFD raid? You can. Just get a bear. Oh, level 20. Dang, I didn't even notice. We've been flying through the levels, I feel like. Okay, I'm gonna go right into increasing our damage done by 4%. That's a big chunk of additional pet damage. So that's turned in. Where do we have to go next? Do I need to fly back to Red Ridge? I think so. I think we're headed back to Red Ridge.
Hey there.
Dry times oh, it's not complete. Okay, no. Before we leave here, let's go get one more hops, and then we have to go down and we have to get this this alcohol from the Dwarf. If we come over to the Alexon Farmstead, we can grab the Simple Compass, and we can fight the Harvest Walkers for hops. So let's go do that. Yeah, we'll train eventually. Right now, I think we're fine. Yeah, I know we probably get a bunch of good stuff, but I think right now for what we're doing, we're good. Level 20. Yeah, we get everything. Yeah, it's a huge level. I should go get it right now, but I think I'm gonna do this stuff first. I hope it doesn't come back to bite me, but maybe it will. I want to do, when we're flying around, like I'll wrap up in Stormwind and we'll train then. But yeah, I want to get some of this running around done. So I want to do this one. And the thing is, like, when you guys are thinking about like these class combos and stuff, like what can different classes do if only, like keep in mind, this is just like the first season, and it's the first like phase of the first season. So like maybe eventually you will have a healing survival hunter that is like a medic, you know? Maybe you will have an arcane rogue that uses arcane magic but is a rogue. Like maybe you will get to have these things. You could have them in like soon, or they could be like another season. But yeah, I think there's like so much potential for like making like cool cross classing, like just like almost like a dual class. A Shadow Priest with backstab, yeah, very cool. Like a Shadow Priest assassin. Rogue with Shadow Priest abilities, or Shadow Priest with rogue abilities. That would get me to play a Forsaken, because then that would be like very like Forsaken-esque. It'd be doubling down. David's drunk. Just because of Shadow Priest with backstab, that's an amazing idea. No, I think that's awesome. I'm kind of worried about this priest over here. I mean, he's got a pillager and 2 looters on him. Is he going to be okay? He doesn't really seem like he's going to be okay. We got him. Yeah, we got him. I don't know if he needed us, but he seemed like he was in a bad spot, didn't he? He was doing the backpedaling thing. Like when you see somebody backpedaling, like they're not mentally in a good spot, you know? Because on a priest, if you're not running, why are you backpedaling? He just seemed like he was in a bad spot. Yeah, I feel like if we had not cleared those guys, we would pull them through the wall, right? Wouldn't we just pull them through the wall? And then we would be getting like blasted through the wall. We would not even know what was happening. I can see that. Alright, let's fight some Harvest Watchers here. We should have 4 hops. Oh no, we have 5 now. Is that what I need? I need 5, right? I guess I could like try to look. Yeah, 5 hops. Okay, we're good. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to work on the Defy Us quest down here right now. I think we're just going to go down here for the Keg of Thunder Brew. And then we can get that turned in. And then we need to head back to Lakeshire. That'll give us the follow-up to hit up the other towns to do the rest of this. That being said, if I have to clear some of these guys to get to the Dwarf, then we can do that. I just don't want to focus on the quest right now. But we can certainly kill some of these guys while we're down here, especially if they happen to be in our way. We got that hops out that first watcher. Yeah, I didn't even notice us getting it. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, I guess. I'm assuming all these tin veins are probably underground. It doesn't show them as underground. Let me go check. Oh no, this one's not underground. It's right here. Okay, so if they're gray, they're underground. No, see, look, this one's not gray, but it says down. Maybe that just means down on the hillside. Is there a way behind Moonbrook? Oh, I don't think I knew that. Like through the hills or something? I mean, I probably still need the copper, don't I? I feel like with engineering and with blacksmithing, you need copper forever because like you need bronze. Even after you need copper, so like you basically always need copper, it feels like. You start to think maybe I can just leave this on the ground, but you really can't afford to. Mr. Hassel, will the additional content for Phase 1 be limited to Ashenvale and the BFD raid? We don't know. That's just all they've told us about. We don't know if that's going to be limited to that or not. Siri, good afternoon. Welcome to the stream. What I would say is I would not be surprised if there was one more raid for Phase 1 and one more PvP event or different sort of event. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there was at least one more of each that they haven't told us yet. Because they haven't told us everything, and they haven't told us anything about the subsequent phases, but I would say like SFK kind of makes sense. SFK is kind of like a fan favorite. It fits more in the 25 bracket than the 40 bracket. And I could easily see Phase 1 having like launching with BFD, and then maybe we get SFK like during Phase 1. Additional content. And like right now they don't even know how long the phases are going to be for the different level bands. They said 1 to 2 months, but that they're going to be looking at like data, you know, like how many people are leveling at what rate, what is the average level base of the playership. Like they're going to be looking at data to kind of determine like how fast or slow the progression should be, you know, as far as releasing new phases. Yeah, they seem like they're willing to experiment a lot. I'm really happy to see their willingness to experiment even live, even with the game being live. Like I like not having a PTR. I like not having that, especially if it means we get to kind of like see it as it evolves and see it as it grows. Like I'm definitely happy that they're doing it how they're doing it. Because obviously, especially for a season of discovery, any kind of PTR would ruin it, unless they found ways to test the game that didn't test any of the discoveries, you know? Yeah, if there are bugs, then so be it. Yeah, that's how I feel. Like I would rather have everything be new to everybody, all at the same time, than have there be a PTR that kind of ruins it, that ruins like the newness of it. Because then we're all gonna feel like we have to go play on the PTR to like experience it first, you know.
Here there. Watch, get her back. Be good.
Oh yeah, well here we can jump back down. Yeah, okay. So this might be part of the way through Moonbrook. Yeah, okay, here it is. Nice. Yeah, Season of Discovery is the PTR for Classic Plus. That's not a far off thing to say. It's the testing bed for, and they said it themselves kind of, that it was just like a kind of like a fun house for them to do whatever wacky ideas came to mind that they could make work. Yeah, it's a testing bed for Classic with changes, basically. Now, I don't know if that like necessarily has to mean that we're ever going to get like permanent changes to a Classic era. Like, maybe it does. Maybe there are some things that work really, really well, and they have a server type where they bake these ideas in, right? Like, maybe we don't take everything from one season, but maybe there's something in a season that worked really well, and we bake that onto a server called Classic Plus server. You know what I mean? Maybe that's what a Classic Plus server is. It's where they take amazing features from seasons, and they bake them into a Classic era server. And then that stacks over time. So then as seasons progress, they're always plucking the best content from those seasons and baking them in to the Classic Plus servers. That would be a good way to do it. That's how I would do it. If I were in charge of Classic Team and I had been given the green light for permanent Classic Plus and seasons, I would pluck the best, most evergreen content from each season, and I would bake that into a Classic Plus type of server. There you go. Classic Plus, I just solved it. Somebody send that over to Blizz right away. Make sure they get it.
What can I do for you? Safe travel.
Do you guys like that? Do you guys see how that could work? And how that could grow a permanent Classic Plus over time that like keeps all these features? Because that's what people said. Like some of the negativity about SOD I saw was people were like, well, I mean, like, we don't get to keep any of the changes. You know, like, we get the changes for the season and then we don't get to keep any of that content. And they're like, yeah, like, that sucks, but I mean, look at all the new content we're gonna get. But if they could pluck the coolest stuff, and I think like from Season of Discovery, I think the baked in part would be like the discoveries themselves and not necessarily like the rune abilities. I feel like the rune abilities are like a thing that should stay seasonal, you know, because it's like you want to see different class changes every season, and you don't want to be stuck with like a specific way that the classes have changed. So I'd say like from Season of Discovery, they take discoveries, you know, like the extra quests, the rare spawns, the events, in the, you know, and then they bake that into a Classic Plus server. And then obviously evergreen things like the Ashenvale Battleground area. Like take that, bake that into the Classic Plus server. That can live forever as content people can do. You know? But then there are obviously like seasonal features you would not bake in, like level banding. Like you wouldn't bake in level banding. And you probably wouldn't bake in the rune abilities. You know? I would say try to avoid baking in like class power features. Like if it's something that gives classes just a lot more power, I think those you probably would not want to bake in to Classic Plus, because if you bake too many of those in, it's going to stop feeling like Classic. It's going to be retail. You're going to be blowing up 20 mobs at a time effortlessly. So I think like you bake in features that don't necessarily have to do with just increasing like character power the way that runes are going to do. But that doesn't mean there wouldn't be class changes that you couldn't bake in. Like, let's give Pallies a taunt. Let's bake the taunt in. You know, let's bake in Victory Rush to make warriors have like another ability to push because they don't have enough already. You know, you could take specific class changes, but I think like the system itself you'd leave behind in the season. Yeah, I like the seasonal aspect of it. Like, I like the idea that we're going to get new stuff, but we won't always have that new stuff, but then we're going to get newer stuff. I do like that for Classic Era. Because like a lot of people, I'm an altaholic. I like playing lots of alts, I like fresh starts, and that's really what seasons bring. And then the idea that within that, which is cool on its own, like a fresh start's always fun anyway, within that we get to see like a lot of new stuff. But I do think there should be a place to bake in like the best of what they make up. Especially if they start making quest lines and stuff, like if they start like filling out quest lines, or if they do something like now there's new quests in Ajara. I think that kind of content, like questing, events, rare spawns, new NPCs with dialogue, I think that stuff should be baked in, because that's the stuff that can really be evergreen in Classic Era. Things like the Ashenvale Battleground, like bake it in, you know, it's great, it's part of the world now. And it would be the power systems that I would leave to the seasonal stuff. That's how I would do it, because anytime you like make development or you make a quest or an NPC or an event, like you do want people to be able to experience that forever. Like you want that content to be evergreen.
Have a good one.
Underbelly Scales will grab.
Have a good one. For the Alliance.
I mean, hey, Blizz has picked some ideas out of our brains before. You know, they've obviously, from what we've seen of Season of Discovery, they've picked ideas out of our brains before. Maybe they'll pick this one out of our brain too. Maybe we put it out there in the collective consciousness, and this is how we get Classic Plus, like permanent servers. Is by exactly what we're talking about.
Need help? Light bless you. The Alliance.
Alright guys, we did not quite finish all of our running around like I wanted to, so I'll probably finish the running around on my own. I'm going to take myself to Stormwind, and I have a hard stop right here for today. I need to be going to pick up my son from school soon, so I'll be getting off of here. Thank you guys so much for hanging out today. It's been a blast. I'm really loving the Warrior. I'm really digging our conversations about WoW, about the Season of Discovery. I've had a great time. Thank you guys so much for it. We will be back on tomorrow at our regular time or thereabouts, and I hope to see you guys then. Until then, take care of yourselves out there in the real world and take care of each other, and we will see you back in Azeroth again very soon. Bye for now.